all protocols observed. Good morning and welcome to the inaugural National Policy Conference on Early Childhood Education and Development, ECCED, in Kenya. Now, this hybrid conference is scheduled to run from today, the 9th of March, and culminate tomorrow, the 10th of March, here at the Safari Park Hotel, Nairobi, Kenya. Now, my name is Gladys Gashanda. I am a journalist by profession, and for the next 2 days, I will be engaging you as the Master of Ceremonies and, of course, your moderator for this conference. As we know, the theme of the National Policy Conference on ECCED is advancing Kenya's early childhood education and development legal reforms in the era of devolution. Now, this clearly and squarely puts children on our agenda as participants, ensure that will be heard for the next 2 days, will ensure that no child left behind as we pursue to guarantee their quality of care, education, and development from all stakeholders. Now, as you know, this is deeply entrenched in the Convention on the Rights of a Child, which was ratified in 1990, which Kenya was actually among the first African countries to ratify the same. And let's make mention that this is the most widely ratified human rights treaty in history. Now, this is a bold public declaration by Kenya to protect all rights of all children. Since then, we have seen great advances in child rights, and a lot of it will be coming out today. The conference on early childhood care, education and development brings together participants from government, council of governors, researchers, academia, civil society organizations, parliamentarians, national and county assembly committees on education and delegated legislation, childcare entrepreneurs, private sector players, and of course, the children's voices. Now, today we gather at this conference courtesy of a collaborative action for childcare initiative. This is an initiative by Uthabiti Africa and the National Multi-Sectoral ECCED Policy and Regulatory Reform Technical Working Group. Now, the initiative was established to promote learning networks and co-design initiatives that accelerate systemic change to the sector, thereby benefiting millions of children and caregivers. Now, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming our first speaker of the day, and this is the chair of the ECCED Policy and Regulatory Reform Technical Working Group, and also the founder and CEO of Uthabiti Africa, Mr. Asaya Ibaye. Tafadhalini, makofi.
Your Excellency Anne Kananu, Your Excellency Anne Kananu, Governor, Nairobi County, His Excellency Wycliffe Wangamati, Governor, Bungoma County, Ms. Mary Mwiti, Chief Executive Officer at the Council of Governors, Her Excellency Maria Beneka, Chair, County First Ladies Association, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed, it is my pleasure to welcome you to the National Policy Conference on Early Childhood Care, Education and Development in Kenya. I do this on behalf of the Early Childhood Care, Education and Development Technical Working Group and on behalf of Uthabiti Africa. As you've heard, the Collaborative Action for Childcare in Kenya initiative is conceived as an ever-expanding network of organizations committed to accelerating quality, affordable early childhood care. It is designed to respond to the biggest challenges facing the childcare ecosystem in Kenya. And as we know, policy and regulatory reform is one of these big challenges. Now, this conference is probably the first to address issues of policy and regulatory reforms. And I know there are many county governments here that are already doing a lot of work to ensure that policies, regulations, and guidelines relating to the early childhood care ecosystem are developed. I'm reminded of the vision we came up with even before we developed the collaborative action for childcare in Kenya in 2019. We decided that together we envision a time when all children 0 to 8 years have access to quality, affordable early childhood care, education and development, thereby being able to survive and thrive. A time when girls and women carers have a supportive working environment and all families are able to access quality and affordable early childhood care. Today, this is the spirit of the Collaborative Action for Childcare in Kenya initiative. We dream that together we can accelerate policy and regulatory reforms at county and national level. We dream that this can be achieved when we put government in the lead, and that's why I'm very happy that the government is heavily represented here. And we dream that we can prioritize the needs of carers, in whose hands we put the responsibility to provide quality care to our children. During the next 2 days, we will hear from researchers, practitioners, and government representatives. We will interact with each other and form connections across county boundaries, across organizations. We will put aside our differences and learn from each other and find better ways to hasten not just policy and regulatory reforms, but collaborative action on specific activities that need to be undertaken to make the world a better place for our children. Considering yesterday was International Women's Day, I would like us to remember that without investing in the female workforce, the predominantly female workforce, and without investing in the childcare micro-enterprises run by women in our informal settlements and across our country, quality early childhood care, education and development will be a pipe dream. So we have learned a lot as the collaborative and as with Abiti Africa over the last 3 years, that actually if we invest in these women, if we invest in the development of the workforce, we will be going a long way in ensuring that children get the quality start, the better start in life that they need. So many organizations and individuals have put in an incredible amount of resources to make this conference work. Over the last 3 years, we have also seen an incredible amount of collaboration getting into the sector. Organizations are becoming bolder in sharing information. Organizations are becoming more ambitious in investing in early child care work, and we believe that this is the way to go. I hope that when we look back in the next 5 years, we will remember that this was when the journey to put in place practical policies, regulations, and guidelines for the early childhood care ecosystem started. And we all decided that it will no longer be a good thing to be seen to be working alone. I hope we can remember that this is the time when we became more deliberate in embracing a multi-sectoral approach to early childhood care, education, and development. More importantly, I believe that we should remember this as a time when we started the conversations, bold conversations that put county governments in the lead, but that also enabled the national government to achieve its objectives in regard to designing and implementing policies that govern early childhood care across the country. I am delighted at this point to invite Amanda, the Global Lead for Early Childhood Development and the Program Manager for the Early Learning Partnership at the World Bank, to say a few words. And as she comes, I just want to say the World Bank, again, is the work with the World Bank is again one example of collaboration, and we look forward to listening to her and also defining better ways of working together with the county governments in the future. Thank you, Amanda. Welcome.
Thank you so much for the invitation to speak today and be here with all of you. It's such a pleasure. Sorry, I'll take that off. And to see so many old friends, and also to have an opportunity to make new connections with this rich and vibrant group of colleagues working across government and civil society to support early childhood in Kenya. My name is Amanda Devercelli. I'm the global lead for early childhood development for the World Bank. And I also have the great good fortune to work in Kenya with many colleagues on advancing the early childhood agenda. So, dear colleagues, it's a great pleasure to be with you today here. I think I have some slides, which maybe we could put up on the screen. And while we put those up, oh, thanks, that was very fast. You can go to the next slide. What I want to say is that the World Bank has been dramatically increasing investments in early childhood in the last decade. We've actually more than doubled investments in early childhood. And every 3 years, the investments have doubled. And that is because World Bank investments respond to demand from governments. And we've seen a huge increase in demand for investments in early childhood because there's a growing recognition of the evidence for children's development and for economies of how important these investments are. When we think about early childhood, we think holistically. We think about the period you see circled there in red, from before a child is born, even beginning in adolescence, how we handle reproductive health, all the way to the period when a child transitions to primary school. Next slide, please. This is the World Bank's framework for investing in the early years. And I'm sorry, I know it's a lot of words, but I just want to highlight 3 key points here. We really, when we think about the early years and early childhood development, we're thinking about holistic early childhood development. And 3 pillars you see there in the gray and yellow boxes. The first is that children receive health and nutrition during their early years. The second is that they have early stimulation and access to early learning opportunities. And the third is that they're nurtured and protected from stress. And there's a wealth of evidence from years and years showing that if we can accomplish these 3 things for young children, it will have a dramatic influence on countries' economic and social development. Next slide, please. I'm just going to run through a bit of the evidence. This is a very famous study from Jamaica that I'm sure many of you already know. It's a study from the 1980s where they identified children who were stunted, and they invested in a program to give these young children better nutrition and to work with their parents every week so that their parents understood child development and how to support their children's development. And what this slide shows you, thanks, is that the children who received the stimulation and nutrition, so that dotted orange line, fared substantially better than the children who received nothing, or the children who received only nutrition or only stimulation. And they did so well that they actually caught up almost to those children at the blue line who weren't starting off stunting. Now this study, they've now followed these children for 30 or 40 years. And they've seen that as adults, they're earning more money, they're more likely to be employed, they're earning a lot more money. They're earning like 25% more than children who didn't have this intervention. And now, as they're starting to have their own children are being born healthier and more ready to succeed, showing that these investments are intergenerational. Next slide, please. Now, that's about the first 1,000 days, why we need to invest when children are very young. This next slide is the next 1,000 days, when children are aged 3 to 6. It's looking at an intervention in Ecuador, and what it's showing is children at 36 months of age, when they're about 3 years old, all have roughly the same levels of vocabulary. Now, each of those lines shows us a group of children based on their income. And what we see is between the ages of 3 years and 6 years, the children from the poorest families, vocabulary levels go like this compared to the children from the wealthier families. These kind of findings are mimicked all around the world, and they're very important for young children's development because we know that early vocabulary is a big predictor of later life success. So this is showing that if we don't intervene in between these ages of 3 to 6 to make sure all children have health, nutrition, stimulation, access to good childcare and early learning, they arrive at primary school with big disadvantages. Next slide, please. And again, please. I really like this study. It's looking at math and reading scores for 15-year-old children in 65 countries. These are the Pisa test scores. They're very famous cross-country studies. And it's comparing children who had access to early childhood education with no early childhood education. And it's also comparing children who had only less than a year of early childhood education and those who had more than a year. And what you see is that the children on the right who had less than a year of early childhood education did much better at 15-year-olds in their reading and math scores than kids who had no early childhood education. And the children who had more than a year did a lot better, you can see on the left. And that's actually equivalent to more than 2 years, almost 3 years of extra learning, because they're doing so much better every year until they're age 15, and then they keep succeeding later on in life. Next slide. Now, I know we're going to be talking about childcare in the next few days, and the World Bank has made a big push on investments in childcare. We released a paper last year called Investing in Childcare to Build Human Capital. And our effort there was really to highlight that childcare is not just an investment for young children's development. It is not just an investment in women's female labor force participation. It is an investment in the country's future, in their economic development, and in their social development, with benefits for young children, benefits for families, benefits for women, and benefits for businesses and economies. I won't go into all of the evidence, but I tell you, we reviewed many, many pieces of evidence from around the world, from all different kinds of countries, and they all confirm that children in the world today do not have enough access to childcare, that families are paying too much for childcare, that the quality of childcare is not good enough for our young children. But if we change this, if we make the right investments, we can dramatically alter not just the lives of children and women, but the entire country. I don't know if the rest of my slides are going to come up. Yeah, thank you, great, okay. Now, I want to talk briefly about the World Bank's Human Capital Index in Kenya. So the Human Capital Index is something the World Bank created to look at levels of countries' investments in human capital. And there are 5 indicators that we look at. You can see on the left-hand side there. It's probability of survival to age 5, adult survival rate, child stunting, expected number of school years, and harmonized test scores, which are meant to be a measure of the quality of education and how much children are learning. When you look at these 5 indicators across countries, it gives you a picture of how much countries are investing in their children, in their people, in their human capital. And what we see in Kenya is that because of the level of investments and the outcomes right now in Kenya, a child born today in Kenya will only be 55% as productive as he or she could be if they had all of the full investments they need in early childhood. Now, this is one of the best scores in sub-Saharan Africa. We should absolutely acknowledge that. Kenya has made huge improvements in early childhood health, nutrition, and in education outcomes in recent years, and that's why it's doing well compared to many neighbors. But there's still a lot of scope for improvement. Let's go to the next slide, please. This is looking at that Human Capital Index score at the county level. So we were able to calculate the scores for counties. And you can see that there's a lot of variation across the country, right? So those counties in red have lower scores, counties in blue have higher scores, and yellow is in the middle. Next slide, please. I think the next slide, is going to show you differences in county outcomes in different indicators. So related to reading proficiency, related to child poverty, and related to nutrition and health. And what you see here is there's no clear picture across counties, right? The situation in each county is very different on very indicators. So we really need to think about specialized interventions and contexts that recognize the unique needs in each county and for individual families. Next slide, please. This just shows that improvements in access to key early childhood services has increased dramatically in Kenya in the last 10 or 20 years. We know that children have more access to pre-primary education, and thanks in large part to the devolution agenda. We know that children's health is improving, but we also have a lot of evidence that the quality of some services has been going down as we've increased access. So it's good news that more children have access, but there's still a big agenda on quality. Next slide, please. The other thing we know when we think about inequality is that the rural-urban and girl-boy differences in early childhood outcomes have narrowed. So they've improved. There's less inequality there. But the wealth differences between poor and wealthy families have not narrowed. And inequality is a huge challenge for young children in Kenya and for Kenya's future development. And we need to be thinking about all different kinds of inequality. We need to think about inclusion, who is left behind, what about children with special needs and disabilities? How do we make sure everyone is brought in and has access to everything they need to fulfill their potential? Next slide. I think in the interest of time, I'll skip this, but it's some data on the COVID-19 impact on young children in Kenya, suggesting that households had less access to nutrition, children had less access to early learning. Thank you. Now, I mentioned that we were looking at the Human Capital Index comparing Kenya to other countries. On this slide, you see on the left side Kenya on some key indicators like under 5 mortality, stunting, birth registration, access to drinking water, pre-primary enrollment, adolescent fertility, and female labor force participation. You can see again, Kenya's doing well compared to neighboring countries. We only have 3 red boxes, the ones where there's really areas for improvement. But if we compare to other upper middle income countries that are aspiring to move into upper middle income country status like Kenya is, there's still a lot of work to be done when we compare to Sri Lanka, Thailand, or Vietnam, or even Peru, in particular on stunting, adolescent fertility, and access to water and sanitation. Next slide, please. So one of the things we've done working with partners here is look at a review of what's made a difference in countries that have made big improvements in the last 10 years in early childhood. What did they do? So here are some of the things they did. So they, first of all, the good news is substantial progress is possible in 5 or 10 years. So we're working towards something we can see relatively quickly. They take a whole of government approach, cross-sectoral. They target families that are most in need. They think about inclusion, again, reaching everyone. They think about community mobilization to change behavior. This idea of a convergence approach, which makes sure that families get all the services they need and children get all the services they need, is really important. Data-driven, we need to understand how young children's development is unfolding. We need to understand about the quality of services and keep monitoring and collecting that data to improve. We need to invest in our workforce. We need to engage parents. Looking at local levels of government and introducing, say at the county level, performance-based incentives for better planning and coordination and budgeting in early childhood has helped. And then also this linkages between the women's education and empowerment agenda and early childhood has been critical. So I know that these are all topics that will be covered in the next few days at the conference, and these are some of the most important things to make progress on for early childhood development. Great. So thank you, whoever was moving the slides. You did a great job. It's really a pleasure to be here again with you today. Thank you for the invitation. I look forward to learning with all of you over the next 2 days. And please count on the World Bank to be a partner with the government and with civil society to support young children in Kenya. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amanda, for an amazing perspective to the reason why we're here and why a lot more needs to be done when it comes to ECCED. Again, let's appreciate Amanda and, of course, the work that the World Bank is putting in ensuring that no child is left behind. So at this point, I will just remind you that we are tweeting this conversation even as it unfolds. And on Twitter, you can use that hashtag. I believe it's on our screens. If it can be put on our screens, that is hashtag ECCED Policy Conference, CONF 2022. This will help us keep the conversation going, whether somebody is here or not. And as we mentioned, this is also a hybrid conversation and would like to include everyone, whether physically here or joining us virtually. So at this point, we move on to the next speaker, and I think we had a mention by Imaya that yesterday was the International Women's Day. Women in the room, allow me to please stand up. I would like to recognize you. This is a little bit belated. Ladies, can we take to our feet? Tafadhalini. Amkeni jameni. Would like to appreciate you. Makofi tafadhali. Makofi tafadhali, we celebrate you. That hashtag for yesterday was making sure that we beat the gaps, and we hope that this is being done, and especially more so for our children today. Please have your seat. And speaking of which, we've had even from Amanda's presentation that it is so critical that the local governments pull in resources and, of course, put in the hard work to ensure that every single child in this country is able to get the kind of childcare they need right from birth. And to give us a better understanding of why the county first ladies are heavily invested on this journey, we are joined by Her Excellency Maria Mbeneka. She is the County First Lady of Laikipia County, and she is the chairperson also of the County First Ladies Association. Let me do you justice. Now, she's an advocate by profession and has worked with Cooperative Tribunal under the Ministry of Agriculture, and we know this ministry is also a huge partner in realizing what we need to do for our children. So, karibu sana, Your Excellency. Makofi tafadhali.
Hamjambo. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here today on this lovely day, followed by the International Women's Day, and thank you, Gladys, for that warm recognition. I represent a very formidable group of ladies, very accomplished in their own rights, and I have been accompanied by some of them today. So before I speak, kindly allow me to introduce them briefly, recognize them and introduce them. County First Ladies present today, please stand up. I want to recognize you, and as they do so, let us clap for them. On my far right, the extreme right, we have Her Excellency Fardosa. Fardosa Osman is from Garissa County. Please wave, Your Excellency. Next to her is Her Excellency Mama Kisumu Dorothy Nyong'o. Please wave. The lady who's seated, I will recognize her last but not least. The next table, we have Her Excellency Nazi Kivuda, who happens to be our former chair direct from Makueni County. Thank you, Excellency. Next to her, we have Her Excellency Emily Nyaribo from Nyamira County. All the way from Homa Bay County, we have Her Excellency Rosila Awiti. From Tharaka Nithi County, we have Her Excellency Margaret Mudhomi. We also have from Siaya County, one of our speakers today, Her Excellency Rosella Rasanga from Siaya County. Please have a seat, Your Excellencies. And last but not least, I'd like to recognize Janet Sayo, who's our CEO at the County First Ladies Association. We expect to be joined by several other First Ladies because we take the issue of ECDs very, very seriously. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to read from a speech before I make some off-the-cuff remarks. Now, our association is known as the County First Ladies Association, and it was established in the year 2014 when all the spouses of the governors happened to be female. So the vision at the time was female spouses of the governors. That has since changed. Makofi kwa kina mama. And it is our vision now that we will be able to be called the County First Spouses Association. So that is still part of our mandate as we grow because we are very, very aware of gender balance. So as the County First Ladies Association, we seek to advocate and promote economic, social, health, and cultural rights. And we run those programs in our various counties. We have envisioned, as an association, a vibrant platform to dialogue, network, exchange information, and engage in strategic action to improve the welfare of our citizens. Now, it is obvious by now that the County First Ladies hold an influential position and are role models. I know that sounds conceited, but it is the truth, to many women and girls in our country. We do hope that we are providing that kind of direction. Now, our unity of purpose is to ensure that we are the voice of reason in advancing development agendas at the county level. Article 53 of our Constitution provides for the right of every child to access basic nutrition, shelter, education, and healthcare. To actualize these rights, our Constitution has divided the healthcare responsibilities between the national and the county government. Now, the reason we want to talk about health is because it directly impacts the input into the education system. And as the County First Ladies Association, we have focused a lot on health as we bring on board the ECCDE, as you will see as we progress throughout this conference. Now, the Sustainable Development Goals target of under 5 mortality of 25 per 1,000 and neonatal mortality of 12 per 1,000 live births are mortality rates that we really seek to improve at the county level. This we are doing, and we're ensuring that as more children survive, our attention needs to be drawn to ensuring that the children thrive and achieve their full potential. In 2019, with the support of Path International, a midterm evaluation of the strategic plan of the County First Ladies Association was conducted, and it was established that the County First Ladies would undertake activities around economic empowerment and youth, sexual reproductive health, and here, with sexual reproductive health, there was an emphasis on health activities, particularly for the youth, and in also preventing teenage pregnancy and through mentorship and education. We also, as part of our strategic plan, have created awareness and advocacy for the prevention, screening, and treatment of communicable and lifestyle diseases. We have focused on service deliveries to disadvantaged groups, advocacy on maternal and child health. Now, in line with our advocacy mandate at the county level, the county First Ladies have been able to nurture and care for early childhood development, and this will be highlighted further during this conference by our very own Her Excellency Rosella Rasanga from Siaya County on the Smart Start initiative. I believe that will be at 2:30 this afternoon. As an association, we remain grateful to the Aga Khan University Institute for Human Development in partnership with the Conrad Hilton Foundation for conducting a policymakers workshop for the County First Ladies, where we were equipped with knowledge and skills to advocate, plan, mobilize resources, and support implementation of early childhood development interventions in line with the nurturing care framework within our counties. We are proud of the efforts of Her Excellency Dorothy Nyong'o for launching the Dots and Rock Model ECD Center in Kisumu in October 2021 as a follow-up to that workshop. Let's clap for her. Ladies and gentlemen, the County First Ladies have over the years continued to support early childhood development and education through their involvement in various activities that include open day activities with young children and their guardians, while we conduct talks on nutrition and wellness. We've also had milk distribution in various ECDs to support the nutrition of young children. We have also donated mattresses to various ECD centers in different counties, as well as equipping schools with libraries and books. With the investment made both internally and externally, and as highlighted in our strategic plan that guides our operations, the County First Ladies Association continues to promote nurturing care for young children so that they may thrive and achieve their full potential by creating an enabling environment for nurturing care for early childhood development within the county, and we intend to achieve this by advocating for an enabling environment for investment in nurturing care, by strengthening the legal and institutional frameworks and policy formulation which we intend to implement in the counties. We are also ensuring a multi-sectoral approach to the implementation of nurturing care by being a convening force in the county. We intend to focus on sensitizing policymakers, community health units, the media, security units, caregivers, and communities on nurturing for ECD through various forums like the Malezi Bora Week, Beyond Zero outreaches, among other activities. We are also building awareness on the importance of birth registration and ensuring that all births in the county are registered. As I conclude, let us remember the words of Nelson Mandela, who said that there can be no keener revelation of a society's soul than the way in which it treats its children. Let us synergize and use our efforts to ensure that we have a proper policy and regulatory environment that will accelerate the growth of early childhood care and education and development ecosystem to create a thriving environment for our children and future generations to come. Now, just off the cuff, I want to focus on three things. The first thing is connecting the dots between the work that we do, aside from the ECD or early childhood education, and how it impacts that. We have a very strong program on maternal health, like I mentioned, or health generally, and nutrition. And with the nutrition, what we're doing is ensuring that our children at the ECDs are able to access a meal. Because today, even with the drought that we are currently facing, a lot of kids are dropping out of schools. And it always goes back to how do we ensure at our ECD centers these kids can actually access a meal. In many counties, it is the sole reason for ensuring that kids will actually go to school because they'll be guaranteed to have a meal. Where many see a challenge, we as the county first ladies see an opportunity. And this opportunity lies with the second point, the power of partnerships. We're here today because of the partnerships we've created with forums like the Uthabiti and others who are here today, and PATH, who set us on this route to ensuring that as part of our strategic plan, we're able to connect with organizations that can actually focus on programs that will ensure that we keep our kids in school, but not just keep them there, keep them in an environment that provides a healthy environment, a conducive environment for healthy kids who we then progress to the primary schools. The final issue is the financing of ECDs. Now, I note that, perhaps my apology if they are here, that the national government and the county governments seem to be at cross purpose when it comes to the financing of our institutions, especially the early childhood centers, which the counties are responsible for. According to Schedule 4 of the Constitution, early childhood is vested within the counties. But you and I know that without money, this will never be a success. The decision to separate primary and secondary school financing and management, leaving out early childhood education, has been a disaster for this country. We have kids who are transitioning to the primary environment who still don't know how to write or how to read. But because we're keen on ticking boxes and pushing functions to counties without following the financing, we have a generation of children who will require much more attention for them to catch up with the rest of the children. The graph that Amanda demonstrated here is testament, and it only amplifies the divide that exists between the haves and the have-nots, and we as a country must take a very bold step and ring-fence the financing of ECD education in this country. How do we do it? Let us engage legislative assemblies, because that's where the decisions are made, whether to move ECD funding, the little that exists, to the payment of teachers, or to move it to bursaries for kids in primary school. Once we're able to ring-fence the financing of ECD, I can assure you we are going to have a better outcome. Let us engage the county executives. Let us focus on capacity building and policy development aggressively. The county first ladies are here, use them. They are a direct connect to the ECDs at the county level. We will do the work, we are doing the work, and we pray that we get the necessary support for our children, because they are really our future. I thank you for listening to me.
Appreciating Her Excellency Maria Meneka. Thank you. Very well said and very well put. Even though we have these discussions and we do not prioritize financing, we will not realize what the ECCED is supposed to do for children in the long run. So at this point, definitely she's also touched on the importance of collaborations and partnership and collaborations. It will be some of the talking points we'll be having today, and tomorrow we'll even have delve further into that conversation. But at this point, I would like to introduce somebody who will be here speaking on behalf of Ms. Mary Witty, Chief Executive Officer, Council of Governors. She would have loved to be here, but she was caught up in a meeting. And she is going to be represented by Valerie Akini, who is the technical lead of the Education Committee at the COG, and she will be touching on the National County Government Partnership for Early Childhood Care, Education and Development Successes and the obstacles therein. Tafadhali, allow me to welcome Valerie to walk us through this. Makofi tafadhali.
Good morning, everyone. As Gladys has mentioned, my name is Valerie. I'm representing our CEO, Madam Mary Witty. And allow me first to read her speech, then I will make some remarks off the cuff. So, Her Excellency Anne Kananu, Governor, Nairobi County, His Excellency Wycliffe Wangamati, Governor, Bungoma County, Dr. Julius Juan, the Principal Secretary, State Department of Basic Education and Early Learning at the Ministry of Education, Her Excellency Maria Beneka, the Chairperson of the County First Ladies Association, and the County First Lady, Laikipia County, Excellency County First Ladies present, all county directors, stakeholders, and development partners present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am pleased to join you this morning for this important policy conference on early childhood care, education, and development. I wish to acknowledge our individual and collective efforts towards strengthening early childhood education during the last 9 years of devolution. The reforms undertaken and achieved in early childhood development subsector are a culmination of intergovernmental collaboration and the exceptional contribution of the stakeholders. This commitment towards ensuring quality service delivery for our children is commendable. Early childhood development remains one of the most powerful tools for accelerating education for all and the sustainable development goals of quality education and poverty reduction. Research shows that children who are well nurtured during their early years of life tend to do better in school and stand a better chance of developing the skills required to contribute productively to social and economic growth. Ladies and gentlemen, the Constitution of Kenya 2010 devolved the responsibility to deliver quality early childhood development services to the 47 counties, with each county tasked with designing, planning, funding, and delivering these services. The national government retains the policy and setting and regulation of early childhood services. It is important to note that prior to devolving of the early childhood sector to county governments, the sector was characterized by poor infrastructure, volunteer caregivers who are employed by parents, communities, and non-governmental organizations. And for the in relation to the early childhood education, lack of teaching and learning resources among other challenges. Within a short period of time, county governments have been able to change this grim picture into a picture of hope for the future. Over the last 9 years, county governments have increased investment in the education sector in particular. During the implementation of the third Midterm Plan 2018-2022, an approximate 1,081 new ECD centers have been constructed, 3,401 classrooms constructed in ECD centers, 881 sanitation blocks constructed within ECD centers, 231 ECD centers renovated to address special need learners, and 549 constructions ongoing in ECD centers. The counties have also provided play equipment to learners, provided teaching and learning materials in line with the competency-based curriculum, and initiated the employment of teachers on enforceable terms. For this, I allowed all county governments and all efforts committed to delivering quality services to our children. Ladies and gentlemen, even as county and national governments work seamlessly in exchanging information, coordinating policies and administration, and enhancement of policies, there is need to enhance quality assurance mechanisms, support private providers of early childhood care, especially those who are starting for children 0 to 4 years old. Importantly, county governments, in collaboration with the Senate Standing Committee on Education, developed a comprehensive report on documentation of the implementation of early childhood development education programs since 2013 in county governments. This report informs the corrective measures and interventions necessary to rationalize the implementation of early childhood education programs in each county. Ladies and gentlemen, despite the numerous achievements and success stories by county governments, the early childhood education sector in particular still faces significant challenges. To mention a few, this includes inadequate staffing at the ECD centers, limited availability of appropriate teaching, learning, and play materials, limited community participation, and inadequate nutrition and health support services. Mitigating on these challenges requires coordinated intervention by both levels of government and all education stakeholders to implement the much-needed reforms. I therefore call upon all stakeholders to support the county government in achieving the potential of our learners towards the attainment of the P4 agenda, the Kenya's Vision 2030. Ladies and gentlemen, as we are aware, sectors are in the process of developing the Midterm Plan 4 that will guide the development agenda in the country for the next 5 years. Among the flagship programs and projects that we have identified of interest to county governments in relation to early childhood care are: 1. To lobby for the provision of a capitation grant to ECD centers, to enhance school feeding programs, to enhance the skills upgrade of teachers, to so allow me to go out to the flagship projects and programs identified for the Midterm Plan 4. So first, we have to lobby for the provision of a capitation grant to ECD centers. Secondly, is to enhance school feeding programs across counties. Third is to enhance the skills upgrade of teachers, and also to enhance the infrastructure upgrade of the ECD centers. To prioritize the employment of teachers as per the scheme of service, to improve data management mechanisms at county level, and to enhance the uptake of the competency-based curriculum in early childhood development centers. In conclusion, I wish to state that investing in the early years is a great indication of a nation's human and economic development process. I urge all county governments, representatives of the national government, and other relevant stakeholders present today to invest in high-quality programs that support children's health, nutrition, and early learning, so as to improve learning outcomes and ultimately increase adult wages and productivity. Thank you, and God bless you all. Ms. Mary Witty, Chief Executive Officer, Council of Government. Allow me to just state one thing, and it is just to back what the County First Lady, like you said. One, money solves everything. Money solves everything. So, and one of our cry this past 6 months is to provide a capitation grant to ECD centers. One, as a matter of justice, because as the national government, they cannot be providing capitation grants to all other levels of education, yet they forget the most basic and important level of education for all. Because we know early years is a great education. The investment in early years, as Amanda said, is a great indication of the kind of human capital we have in the future. So we are currently in communication with the Senate to see how that can be. And we have, we costed the whole implementation of early childhood, and it came to about 15 billion shillings annually. And if we do a scan of all the county budgets for the education docket in particular, counties can match up to 10 billion shillings based on the current budgets 2021, 2022. So as a first step, we are trying to get a ring-fenced grants to county governments of about 4 billion shillings. So we are in communication with the Senate, and hopefully, and we are praying to God and crossing all our fingers, we can get that fund. And even as that fund comes to county governments, I would urge county governments to use that fund in the most efficient and effective manner possible. Let's not use that fund to give bursaries to primary and secondary school students. Let's not use those funds to build dormitories for secondary school students. Let's use that fund to invest in early childhood years. Let's use it to invest in health, matters touching on children, nutrition matters touching on children, and also education matters. So that is one of our key flagship program going into the next financial year, and also when we are going to change in post-August, the elections, will be a regime change, and it's an opportune time for us also to lobby for the next county government to prioritize investing in early childhood and early learning. And as a council, we are always open to talk to partners, be they development partners, be they government agencies, to how do we advance the conversation of early childhood, and how do we even have that conversation feature in our CIDPs and any other budgeting processes at the county level. Because if we have it at CIDP level, we know county governments will invest in the same. So this is just to also reiterate our commitment to the issues of early learning and early childhood investment, and also to thank Udabiti and the collaborative action for organizing such a policy. And we will be there, we will walk the journey with you, and also to wish the directors a good time during the conference. Kindly participate actively, because some of the recommendations will also influence the policy decisions that at the council you can be able to lobby for inclusion in the national policies. Thank you, and I wish you all a nice deliberation going forward.
Morning, tafadhali, let's appreciate her one more time. And I love that so far we've been very candid about where the gaps are when it comes to realizing quality ECCED for our children. And again, let me just remind you that we are here courtesy of our hosts who are the Collaborative Action for Childcare in Kenya. And it is so important that we understand that for this to come to pass, it needs all the partners to be on board, to pull up the socks, so to speak, to ensure that our children's realities, as we envision them through the ECCED, come to pass. Now, at this point, I would like to bring back to the podium the CEO of Udabiti Africa, so that he can introduce to us our guest of honor. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much. Before I invite the guest of honor, I just want to say a few words. 3 years ago, when we started work on the collaborative action for Childcare Kenya initiative, and just after we established Udabiti Africa, the most inspiring thing to me was the fact that Nairobi County government officials are very enthusiastic, even then, to get policy and regulatory reform work done. Just over the last year, we have achieved a lot with a number of counties, but predominantly, and more specifically, with the county government of Nairobi. And this is really, really important because we believe Nairobi is a really, really big city and it's growing rapidly. And we have to imagine what it will be in the next 50 years. It will probably be double its size now if we actually look at how it's grown over the last 20 years. Now, we work with the officials of the Nairobi County to develop guidelines and regulations for that will actually guide the growth of the early childhood care ecosystem within Nairobi. And it is actually not by accident that we decided this conference is possible in Nairobi, because we think ultimately there will be a lot that Nairobi can not just teach other counties in Kenya, but actually other countries where early childhood care is not even an organization that's currently being had. So it is my pleasure to invite the Chief of Staff of Nairobi County, Mr. Abdi, to officially open this conference.
Thank you. As has been mentioned to you, my name is Abdi. I'm the Chief of Staff Nairobi County. I'm here to represent the Governor from Nairobi, who has sent greetings to you because she's out of the country on official duties. She really wanted to be here with you, but she had to travel. And allow me at this juncture to read the speech from Her Excellency the Governor. Principal Secretary State, Department of Early Learning and Basic Education, Dr. Julius Schwan, Governor for Bungoma County, His Excellency Wangamati, Her Excellencies, First Lady, County Ladies, led by their Chair, Maria Bereka, County Directors present, Development Partners, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. I'm delighted to welcome you all to the first ever National Policy Conference of Early Childhood Care, Education and Development. Investing in the early years of a child is one of the smartest things that a county government can do. Countless studies have demonstrated this, showing that the first 5 years of a child's life are a period of rapid brain development and a critical window to lay the foundation for a child's future success. Adequate nutrition, a healthy environment, access to good quality childcare and quality early learning to play a critical role in unlocking pathways out of poverty and promoting our shared prosperity. The Constitution of Kenya provides for the rights of every child to free and compulsory pre-primary education. Similarly, the devolved system of governance under the same Constitution assigns county governments the mandate to implement early child development programs as pre-primary education, child care facilities, and home craft centers. Countless studies have demonstrated this, showing that the first 5 years of a child's life are a period of rapid brain development and a critical window to lay the foundation for a child's future success. Adequate nutrition, a healthy environment, access to good quality childcare and quality early learning to play a critical role in unlocking pathways out of poverty and promoting our shared prosperity. The Constitution of Kenya provides for the right of every child to free and compulsory pre-primary education. Similarly, the devolved system of governance under the same Constitution assigns county governments the mandate to implement early childhood development programs as pre-primary education, child care facilities, and home craft centers. This is a mandate the county government of Nairobi has taken seriously. The county government of Nairobi recognizes early childhood development and education ECD as important pillar of accelerating the development of the county and attainment of sustainable development goal, Agenda 4. In recognition of importance of early childhood development, the county government of Nairobi has paid particular attention to the implementation of strategies to improve ECDE. This is evidenced by the launch of successful management of the free early childhood development ECDE funds since 2020. The program has benefited over 30,000 pupils enrolled in 232 ECDE centers across the city. Most notably, the county government of Nairobi has taken a bold step to abolish all the levels in public preschools in Nairobi. To abolish all the levies in public preschools in Nairobi. This resulted in a significant rise in the number of children enrolled in ECDs in Nairobi from 13,000 to 25,000 this year. The county set aside 116 million with the hope of doubling the number of children enrolled in ECDs in Nairobi to 50,000 by the end of 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, despite the progress made by Nairobi County and other counties, ECD centers still face important challenges. These include a high child-teacher ratio, poor physical infrastructure, and inadequate teaching and learning materials, limited play spaces and play equipment, as well as limited capacity of developing professionals and budget constraints. To address these challenges, the county government of Nairobi has placed measures including changing the financing model of constructing ECDE centers from central procurement to decentralization at the board of management level, issuing new vote-head guidelines that emphasize renovation and general improvement of physical facilities, recruiting an additional 520 competent ECDE teachers, and adopting a continual replacement for those who have to leave the service through natural attrition. Ladies and gentlemen, this National Policy Conference of ECCED could not be more timely, taking into account the unique challenges that the COVID-19 pandemic posed for families, children, county government, and the ECE subsector. This conference will go a long way in development policy solutions that will improve child development, drive national economy recovery, and reduce inequalities, hence accelerating progress towards quality. Affordable child care, especially for the most vulnerable families who need it. In conclusion, I wish to thank the Collaborative Action for Children Network for their contribution to the organization of this forum and the development partners. I look forward to working together in the next step for implementation of this policy action from this conference. It is now my distinct honor and pleasure to declare the National Policy Conference on Early Childhood Care, Education and Development officially open. Thank you and God bless you. So says Her Excellency Anne Kananu Mwenda. Thank you and God bless you.
Excellent. Asante sana. Mutungi, Chief of Staff, Nairobi County. Again, we finally have the go-ahead to officially conduct business. Makofi tafadhali. Remember, this is the National Policy Conference on ECCED. This is the inaugural conference in the country, very critical at a time where clearly gaps within the ECCED sector have come out in the first speakers of the day, and we'll continue to hear from many others even as we delve into understanding exactly what needs to be done to bridge the gap. Now, just remember, we are here to discuss a roadmap for further collaborative action that not only puts government in the lead, but ensures other actors work together to accelerate quality, affordable early childhood care and education in Kenya. So all partners need to be on board to bring this to realization. Now, at this point, I believe ile chai ya asubuhi imetoka kwa mwili, so it is time to take another refreshment session, and we'll do so right after taking some pictures, because we would like to actually capture the inaugural National Policy Conference on ECCED 2022, and would like to do that and put it in our album. So I am being directed that that will be done. The photo session will be done through the doors you came through in on the left at the gardens. So there are ushers that will be showing you where you will be going. Please, let's all join in. Let's be able to capture this momentous occasion that is bringing different stakeholders to ensure that we speak on behalf of our children and, of course, the role of ECD in this country. We have the governor coming in. Okay, I think you've heard her. Well, I understand that we have Dr. Wycliffe Oparanya, Governor, Kakamega County, who will be joining us in a moment. I don't know if you will catch us before we leave. Do we have that certainty? Can we continue? Anyone who can tell us if he's going to be here? Okay, then let's give him a few minutes and then we can see how that can be done. Even as I walk you through what will be happening after the break, the tea session we're having after that photo session. And this is where now we get to have those collaborative conversations that are touching on different sectors of ECCED. Now, to start us off, we will have panel breakout sessions. There are 3 of them in number that will be touching on nurturing care framework, financing, investment, and budgeting. And of course, we'll have that one that will be touching on the workforce development, which is implementing organizations. Now, it is so critical that we all are part and parcel of these conversations, because later on, we shall have a panel discussion that perhaps will give you leeway to even put your thoughts across and your questions to the panelists. Now, let me point out that at this point, we shall be divided in-house. There will be session 1 and session 2. Then session 3 will be outside in a different room. The ushers will clearly indicate to you where you will be seated. Now, for the first session, breakout session, which will be catering for nurturing care framework, will be chaired by Tobias Opio, and the rapporteur will be Stella Ndugire Mbogwe, and this will be held here. As I said, session 1 will be on this side, and it will be touching on nurturing care for children with neurodevelopmental disabilities, opportunities, policy gaps, and recommendations therein. Also, we'll cover users' perceptions and factors that inform the choice of childcare service utilization, and this is the Nairobi Early Childcare in Slums. That will be done also in session 1, and also they will be covering capacity building of frontline workers for integrated early childhood development interventions, a case of Siaya County. Now, that will be chaired by Tobias Opio again in the first breakout session that will be on my left. On my right, we shall have the second breakout session, which will be covering financing, investment, and budgeting. This will be chaired by Blandina Bobson, and the rapporteur for this will be Damaris Maber. Now, we shall cover analysis of the Kenyan budget 2021-2022 and the focus on the care economy spending. And this is so critical, as we've said, without money we cannot realize these huge dreams we have for ECCED in this country. Also, we shall be covering county presentations, and of course they are our presenter, and this will be done by Gilbert Ngaira. So each of those presentations will be done on my right. Now, remember, this room will now be partitioned into two, so we would ask that everyone leaves the plenary hall so that we are able to arrange the room to accommodate these two plenary breakout sessions. And the third one, the ushers will be showing you to the boardroom or the plenary hall this is being held, and this one will cater for the workforce development implementing organizations. That is what we'll be focusing on. First, effective classroom and school leadership practices for improved learning outcomes will be a focal point. Provision of childcare solutions in vocational training centers to provide young mothers an opportunity to be empowered through skills and competency in the institution. And of course, as I mentioned, there will be other presentations, especially from Embu County and of course the Kenya Institute for Curriculum Development. So again, the panel breakout session 3 will be outside the plenary hall, and the ushers will direct you as should.
Maltreatment, and also neglect. By the mere fact that they depend on other people, these people may also be interested in other things. So these children also face the challenges of neglect and also maltreatment, apart from the unfavorable cultural beliefs such as maybe the mother did something, maybe the father did something. People have actually misunderstood the actual causes of these entities that we're presenting here. And to me, I think this is something that is very important that we need to come out and actually challenge so that we address the needs of these children, even as we focus and we strengthen the nurturing care programs. The next slide. And then, other thing also, with the limited resources in the settings where we live, this one further complicates the care of these children because they need special care. But with the limited resources, sometimes they're actually, because they're not able to do other things, they're actually like, let's concentrate on this one going to school, and then this other one, since they may not be this and that, let's not focus on them. And also the prolonged grief. Parents who have these children have a long grief, they have a long regrets, they have so much pain in their heart, and it's also very stressful to take care of these children. And then also, most studies that have been conducted here and even from our organization, I think, we have not focused so much on these children with entities. And I think this is something that we should also give priority. They say in Kenya it's about 2% of the population of children, but I think this is something that we also need to establish so that when we are talking about nurturing care programs for these children, we know actually the number of people that we are dealing with. And then the next slide. So these are just some of them. We have attention deficit, we have learning disability, cerebral palsy, and so on and so forth. But we know that they're also experiencing a lot of difficulties in language, difficulties in memory, difficulties in behavior, and so on and so forth. But these are also the indicators that we are focusing on when we are talking about nurturing care. When we're talking about stimulation, when we're talking about responsive caregiving, we expect children to function in this, but already they have a deficit in this function. So this one, what it means is that we also need to start thinking about the approach that we need to take in order to also support these children as far as nurturing care programs are concerned. Then next. Yeah, so those ones are some causes. I think you have experienced this sometimes. But one of the things that I want to talk about is these perinatal causes. And these are the things that have been misunderstood. And that's why most of the children that we have, the NDDs, are actually experiencing discriminations that they're experiencing. And even parents of the caregivers of these children actually going through the same discrimination because we do not understand the actual causes of this. And some people think that maybe the mother did this, maybe this is something that came. And that's why I was asking, is it inheritance? Is it something that is inherited? Of course, some of these NDDs are inherited, but then it can't be that the mother did something wrong or the parents did something wrong and so on and so forth. And then the caregivers of these children, who are mainly mothers, are actually facing a lot of challenges. And if you read in the society, some of them have been left marriages, they've been left. We had this in Kilifi that, oh, my husband left because I got this child and so on and so forth, and they have to do all these cares by themselves. And that's why I think that now that we have convened here, we also need to start thinking of new approaches that we need to put in place in order to support these children also. Because I think in as much as we're talking about their rights, they also have the equal rights that other children have. They also have any other thing that other children need. And therefore, we need also to focus on this. And I also called, because I have my first ladies here, they should include this in their programs so that we also address this in as much as we are focusing on other children who are able to walk themselves to school, go and blah, 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 blah. Then we also need to focus on this. I will ask you to now move a bit faster with the slides. Okay, so we wanted to look at the providing empirical evidence on the opportunity available under the Nurturing Care Program that support NDDs, and also we want to also see how the caregivers can be effectively supported in order for them to support their children with NDD. But also we want to look at some of the key policy strategies that we can put in place in order to address this, and also some of the implementation strategies that we can address. And this one will come from these reviews that we are talking about. Next. You know, you're taking my time and then somebody's behind me here. So we want to think about inclusion. In her presentation, the chair lady of the first lady mentioned that one of the things that is actually important is inclusion. Inclusion is actually critical, but we want to look at the components of inclusion. So this review will focus on what are the facilitators, what are the existing barriers, and how can we address those barriers? Can we do policy changes, and so on and so forth. But also we are going to look at this at the school level, at the community level. Are we able to challenge some of these myths that are already in place? Are we able to support these children? How are we designing the interventions? Is it the normal interventions of the nurturing care, or is there any other program changes that we can do in order for us to include these ones? Then the last one. Okay. Yeah, so I'm asking also on community understanding. This is the big problem that most of these parents have faced. The talks from the community. How do we address this? How do we talk to the community so that they understand that these are normal causes and the disabilities come from these very normal causes? How do we do that? So these are some of the things that will come up. And then we also need data, because I've said that there's very scanty information about the actual number. And we cannot design intervention if you do not know how you're going to address some of this intervention. And I want to say that what next is that we need to come together, we need to work together, we need to support each other. As APHRC, we are going to provide evidence, but then we are also going to provide policy recommendations. And these ones we are going to give to great implementers like you, the national government, the county government, and all stakeholders, so that we also support this number of children that this group of people that we have here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Silas. And my apologies for rushing you. Let's welcome the second presenter, and I'll request that we keep our questions at the end of all the three presentations, then we'll be able to give time for Q&A. Karibu sana, Patricia.
Thank you, Tom. Is it working?
Is it on?
I need the slides. So the presentation that I'm going to do today is looking at nurturing care or neglect, and it's based on the Nairobi Early Child Care in Slum study, which we carried out in Mukuru, together with our partners from the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. So looking at the context of early care, when you look at low and middle income countries, you see that paid childcare is a strategy that is widely used. Next slide, please. We look at examples from different countries. Like, for example, in Nigeria, they show proportions of up to 6%. Sorry, I'm talking off memory. I need the slides. We see paid childcare strategies being used widely in different countries. And I'll talk about a study that we carried out in Kenya, where among working parents, up to 67% of the families were using paid childcare. And when we compared them to families that were not employed, families where the mothers were not employed, we found that the proportions of those that were using childcare was up to 23%. So we see that paid childcare is a strategy that is very common, particularly among low-income families. And in this study, we're looking at those living in an informal settlement setting, where they don't have a lot of choice with regards to the strategies that they could use in the care of their young children. Next slide, please. When we look at paid childcare in terms of the nurturing care framework, we can see that there are limits in the extent to which the nurturing care domains are attained in the different childcare facilities. Because when you think about health, for example, you find that healthcare provision. Oh, it's interrupting. Oh, sorry.
Really?
You find that healthcare provision, for example, is not at the level that it should be. When you think about early learning and stimulation, opportunities for stimulation of young children, you find that the childcare providers are not at the level that we would like them to be at. Because we want these children to have very many opportunities for stimulation when they are in those childcare facilities from a very young age. We also want to see responsive interactions between them and the childcare providers, but we don't see these. When you look at some of the childcare facilities in informal settlement settings, you might find that safety and security are not very highly regarded. The environment of the childcare facility itself may pose a danger to the security of the child. When you think about child protection, we are thinking about birth registration. How many of the children in these childcare facilities have birth registration documents? Although that is a responsibility of their primary caregivers, who are likely to be their mothers, we expect also that the childcare facilities could play a similar role in checking whether these children have birth registration. Because, for example, in other studies we've carried out, we found that CHVs are very helpful in identifying children who are behind on their immunization status, and they're able to refer these children to various health facilities so that their immunization can be up to date. The next slide, I think, is talking about the aims. Yes, the aims of the study. I'll just talk about briefly. The main aim of the study was to establish the status of demand and provision in Mukuru. That's where we carried out the study. So that is, the picture is showing an example of some of the facilities that we visited. So you can imagine, the parents have to make very difficult decisions. They don't have childcare services at home, and this is the option that is available for them. So we want to find out what are some of those factors that guide the decisions that they make in choosing a particular facility or a particular form of childcare services. Our study had several data collection methods. We used a household survey where we asked parents about the different strategies that they're using for childcare. We also had a mapping. I should mention something about the mapping. We carried out this mapping in June 2021. And then you know what happened in Mukuru Kwanjenga. And that was one of our mapping areas. So the data that we had was no longer valid because we didn't have any of those childcare facilities from Mukuru Kwanjenga. We carried out the mapping exercise again in January 2022. And this time we excluded Mukuru Kwanjenga because we felt there were no structures at the time. And we felt that the families at that time were dealing with other issues. And it would be insensitive to ask them about use of paid childcare, and yet they were thinking about other maybe other issues that they would have considered more substantive to their lives. We also had qualitative interviews with the household members, and these were mainly mothers, the primary caregivers of the young children. Now, when we look at these are some of the results that came out. There are different childcare strategies that were reported. If you remember on the first slide, up to 24% of the children accompany their parents to their workplaces. And this is mainly for business people who have small businesses maybe along the road selling vegetables and fruits. Those are some of the strategies that were reported by the mothers. Others reported leaving their children with neighbors or leaving the children with somebody that they could trust. Maybe not a neighbor, but somebody from their home, their country home, somebody that they could trust. And then there are others who reported that they left their children at home. Those are some of the strategies that were reported. I keep looking back and seeing myself, and it's a bit confusing. I need to see my slides. Yeah, so trying to remember what was on the next slide. Okay, so these are the mapping. This is from the mapping exercise, and you can see that more than half of the childcare facilities were in Mukuru kwa Ruben and Mukuru Kayaba, and then most of them operated for 5 days a week. A few of them operated over the weekend. The charges ranged from 50 to 100, and most of the services that were provided were just daycare services, without food and without other provisions like diapers. Then we look at, from the qualitative interviews, we ask them, what are some of the decisions? What is some of the thinking that you have behind the decisions that you make regarding the childcare? Sorry, before we go to that, we have the different types of childcare facilities. Most of them were private-based, and these were home-based facilities where the services were being offered out of a room. Maybe the woman or the childcare provider converted one of the rooms in her house to a childcare facility. So she would ask either neighbors or friends to bring the children to the facility or to the home so that she could take care of them. We can go to the next slide. From the qualitative findings, we saw that the physical caregiving environment strongly influenced the choices that, that women made in regards to the type of childcare that they chose. Now, from the literature, we see that one of the considerations that families make when they're thinking about daycare services is the educational qualification of the provider. This did not come out in our study. They were not very concerned about the education qualifications of the providers. What they were more concerned was the warmth or the responsivity of the childcare provider. And for many of these families, when you have a child, for those of you who have young children, if you take the child somewhere and they're really crying a lot, they don't want to go, that's usually an indicator that the place you're taking them to is not good for them, or something is happening there that they're not happy about. So the responsivity or the warmth or the emotional connection that the caregivers had with the young children was one of the most important factors that influenced caregivers' choices. Then the people we also asked people who are not using the childcare facilities why they were not using them. They had reservations, and these reservations were mainly based from stories that they had heard from other people or from their own experience. So they had reservations about inadequacies of the childcare facility. So for example, maybe some of them said something like, I don't want to take my child to that childcare facility because I hear, they were relying on hearsay. I hear that children are beaten over there. So those are some of the things, those are some of the factors that influence the choice of childcare facilities. Thinking about the policy implications of our findings, understanding the current situation in depth. If we understand the current situation in depth, we will be able to inform existing and planned interventions. Because from the study that we've carried out, the next step that we want to take is to develop an intervention together with the stakeholders on the ground and see how we can improve the situation in the childcare facilities. And then childcare offers an opportunity to reach some of the most vulnerable children. at the most important time. I don't have to tell you that the first 1,000 days are important, because I believe
Patricia?
everyone here is aware of that. Thank you very much. I'll hand it over. That's the last slide.
Okay.
I'd just like to acknowledge the different participants in the study. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Patricia. Please keep your questions. Allow me to welcome the third and last presenter in the name of Beatrice from PATH. Beatrice, karibu.
My name is Beatrice Oyugi. I work for PATH. And I'm going to spend the next few minutes talking about the work that we support. As PATH, we have worked collaboratively with the county government of Siaya to integrate nurturing care for early childhood development into the health system. And so I'll be speaking a bit about that. That work, next slide, please. So our approach to integrating nurturing care into the health system looks at the entire health system. So focusing on health facility service delivery, community-based service delivery, looking at capacity building for frontline workers, policies, standards, and guidelines, as well as health information systems. So just a complete approach to integrating nurturing care into the health system. We have three key objectives. So one is supporting an enabling environment, policy-wise and programmatically, to integrate nurturing care into routine health service delivery. And then we are looking at improving caregiving practices of caregivers for children aged 0 to 3 years to become more responsive to the needs of their children. And lastly, generation of knowledge and evidence to support this work. Next slide. So where are we focusing on integrating nurturing care into the health system? What's the rationale? So we know that children and their caregivers interact with the health system at multiple touch points during the very critical period of life. So from ages 0 to 3, the only structured system that provides regular services to the caregivers and their children is the health system. During antenatal care, pregnant women would visit the health facility. During childbirth, postnatally, and child welfare clinic when children are sick. So we see the health system as an opportunity and a platform for integrating age-appropriate care and stimulation for young children. Again, there are many documents, policy documents and guidelines within the health system that already speak to early childhood care and development. So we see that as an opportunity and a platform. So how have we supported the integration of this into the health system? Working with the county government of Siaya, we trained a pool of TOTs from the management levels for county, sub-county, and selected service providers. Then working with them, they were able to roll out these trainings to frontline workers, looking at nurses, nutritionists, clinical officers, and all those other service providers who interact with children from time to time, of course, including community health volunteers. We integrated a cadre of staff that we refer to as Ecd Mentor Coordinators to support this integration. And then, oh, that was too fast. Yeah, and then of course supporting structured mentorship for trained health providers and regular performance reviews just to look at the quality of integrated ECD work. Yeah, next slide. So yeah, those are just pictorials looking at how healthcare workers after training are able to integrate age-appropriate care and stimulation into their routine maternal, neonatal, and child health services. So within their routine clinics, and as they interact with caregivers for child welfare clinic, for sick baby consultation, they're able to integrate age-appropriate messaging for child development. And then up there, we have what we have referred to as Playbox Sessions. So setting aside a space within the facility waiting area for children to engage with play items that are made using local available materials and are replenished by CHVs. So caregivers are engaged in age-appropriate play as they do that. And then we also have a pictorial there on integrating nurturing care during household visits by CHVs. So this is the activity structure. What it is that we support governments to do is to capacity build, train service providers first, And we are using an adapted package of the Care for Child Development that was developed by WHO and UNICEF. So we support the training, and then we support a rigorous mentorship program, because we know that training is important, but it is not adequate. After a classroom-based training, you need to mentor, so that they translate the actual learnings from a classroom into service delivery, and then, of course, supportive supervision and performance reviews at community level and facility level. What we expect healthcare workers to do is to then counsel caregivers, educate caregivers on how to play and communicate with their children alongside the health services that they provide. We expect that they are able to conduct developmental monitoring, monitor development of children. So other than just giving a jab for immunization, they are able to ask, how old is your child? 9 months old. Are they able to sit without support? If they are not able to sit without support, what can we do? What does that indicate? So we have a guide, a job aid that guides them on these expected developmental achievements, milestones, and then they can use that to monitor development. And of course, identify early any cases of delayed development and refer or manage as appropriate. So we hope that when we do this, then children will be able to have good health and all the components of nurturing care, and eventually we'll have children who are not only surviving, but are thriving. Next slide. Yeah, so this is how then that fits into nurturing care components. We have good health. So how are the healthcare workers able to attend to these components? So, of course, monitoring and referrals for developmental delays. We have nutritional counseling and monitoring by frontline workers, CHVs at the household, and healthcare workers at the facility. And then the missing component, which is usually the responsive caregiving. You realize that the health system already provides good health messaging and services. Adequate nutrition is already happening. Of course, you may want to look at quality, but the missing component is usually responsive caregiving, opportunities for early learning, and safety and security. So we have a way to integrate that into their services. Next slide. So what's working well? Trained healthcare workers are able to monitor children's development and are able to guide caregivers on how to know when their children are developmentally on track, or to identify early cases of delayed milestones and what to do, where to refer to, or how to get help. CHVs can seamlessly integrate nurturing care into routine household visits. That's working very well. So early identification of developmental delays, because we know early identification is a factor. If you can identify early, most of those delays can be corrected. But if you're not able to identify early, then you realize that then there are challenges. So health facilities have become more child-friendly because of the Playbox Sessions that are happening at the facility waiting areas. And of course, the ECD mentorship is integrated into routine service delivery. And of course, we are seeing improved developmental outcomes for children. Now, what are the next steps with those results that we are seeing? We are advocating that these contents be included into the pre-service training content for health workers, so that we do not have nurses who graduate from the medical school and then we train them in service, in nurturing care. Can these components be integrated into their pre-service training, so that as they graduate, they already know how to seamlessly integrate this into maternal child health services? And this is a conversation that we're having with the national government, and I know that an opportunity is coming in the next few months to begin that work, where they're going to be revising the training content, and we see that as a great opportunity. So we are really looking up for that. And then support the creation of an enabling environment for ECD programming nationally and subnationally. So policy work. What policies exist that support this work? And how can we look at existing guidelines and see what gaps they have? So if you're already talking about IMAM, for example, Integrated Management of Acute Malnutrition, we have looked at that document, working with the relevant partners in integrated components of nurturing care into that, so that we are not handling this as a standalone project, but integrated into relevant service delivery platforms. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to our presenters. At this juncture, allow me to welcome questions from plenary. Do we have those roaming mics? One of them is here. Hope we have a pool of ushers to help us out. Yeah, we'll welcome questions. Maybe in 2 rounds. There is another one here. Excuse me, someone to come for this? Yeah, give it to the other guy. Dr. George, yeah?
My question is directed to our colleague from CIA. My question has to do with the program capacity building for frontline childcare workers. The question I'm asking is that I wonder what mechanisms you put in place so that even as you roll out this nurturing care framework, that it takes into account the cultural realities in CIA, building in locally available local knowledge and expertise, childcare practices into your programming. Really just whether the local practices and knowledge are taken into the design of the program as you seek to roll out nurturing care. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question.
Good morning. Good afternoon. My name is Mumbi Mogwango from Thriving Child. Thank you so much for the presentations. My question is to the first presentation on NDD. Sorry, my question is on person presenting on NDD, and my question was about I think they were speaking about a research they did. I'm wondering what were the findings on specialized care, because I feel that is an area that requires specialized care, and what is its accessibility to the local, to the on ground, like for any child. And then also spoke about policy focus. Is there any policy focus on specialized care? Because I feel like that what they spoke about is not something that is maybe accessible to everybody, because some of the background issues were lack of resources. So a parent who may be having this kind of child may not afford the specialized care for these children. So is that something that can be put in their policy focus on having that kind of specialized care for these kind of children? And also segmenting the data with the courses that they say these are the courses that are there. How can we show, like one of it, they say there's lack of oxygen. Is there some data showing that because of this, these are the kind of number of children that are getting into having NDDs? So if you can segment their data to, for the sake of prevention.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Another question? Yeah, the other side. So we'll pick, interesting. We'll pick the three. Then we allow the panelists to respond. And kindly restrict yourself to one question, please, if you don't mind.
Okay, thank you. My question goes to Patricia. And one of the qualitative findings that you got was that few of the users were concerned about the provider's education attainment. So just wanting to find out, was it, on average, what was the education level of these caregivers in that community? And did you further try to investigate or understand the relationship between their education attainment or qualification and the kind of care that they are providing to these young children?
Thank you so much. Damaris? Yeah, Mercy, then we get to this side.
Thank you so much. To all the presenters, I think, Tobias, you'll allow me to throw the questions. The first one was on the inclusivity, the first presenter. I know we talk of inclusivity. If you go to a public school, they just set aside 3 classes, and they say this is for special needs. But when you go there, even the teacher who is there is just one, with children with multiple disability. I think my question is, how is that captured in their research? The other one was on the Mukuru research, and I was wondering about the child protection issues. They talked about children being taken care in households. Are they registered, or are they providing care within the legal framework? And what is the ratio of the children versus caregiver? Because that affects the child development. And then to all the presenters, I think the question we need to answer, whose responsibility is it for all that work? Which ministry is responsible for those households that are taking care? Is it the national government? Is it the county government? And then we need to be clear. Thank you.
Thank you so much. One last set of questions from Carolinda, then we allow the panelists to respond.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. I think the previous person has asked part of my questions, but I would still ask. My first question goes to Dr. Patricia. My question is, to what extent have the spaces been recognized? You mentioned different types of childcare spaces. To what extent have the spaces been recognized? And then the other question goes to the counties, and especially through our first ladies in the house. To what extent have counties, since childcare is devolved, to what extent have, what strides have counties made to ensure that we have regulations that cover these people, regulations that ensure that they are standardized? Yeah, and also just wanting to know that whose responsibility is it? And when we are asking about, are they regulated? Are we looking at this mother who is also trying to put food on their table, and also this mother who is going to work and has to go to work to build the economy? So whose responsibility is it, and how do we want to handle this, especially and for children who are taken care of in the homes, the home care spaces and the informal child care spaces? Thank you
so much. Allow me to usher in the panelists. There is no order. Whoever feels that they want to go first, please pick the mic and respond to your questions.
Thank you, Chair. So let me take, I think I had one question about about capacity building and how we're looking at cultural realities. So yes, the way that the trainings are designed is to begin from the known. What kind of care are children receiving already? How responsive are caregivers to the needs of their children? Like, what caregiving practices are out there before then you begin to train? And also, as you engage with CHVs, for example, who engage with caregivers directly, you want to let them understand that caregivers are already caregiving. So it's work that has been happening for ages. It's not like we are bringing a new set of skills to them. They already know how to take care of their children. So we just want to learn from them what is it that they're already doing, and then help them improve their caregiving practices if we notice any gaps. So yes, cultural aspects are well taken care of. And as well as within the system, you're looking at what the system already offers for caregivers and their children. And then you begin from what already exists, identify the gaps, and try to work towards filling the gaps. Thank you.
Thank you, Beatrice. Next respondent, Dr. proceed.
Thank you for the questions. I'll go over the one on educational attainment, where a few users were concerned about educational attainment. So we found that many of the childcare providers have up to 8 years of formal education, or 12 years. That is class 8 or Form 4. The ones that were very highly educated were Form 4. Now, there were some who had degrees, but these were more likely to be the managers or the directors rather than the childcare providers themselves. So whereas some of the people that we interviewed reported having degrees, and some of them degrees in early childhood development, most of them were not in direct contact with the children. They were the ones managing the centers. So I would say 8 to 12 years of education was the average level of education for the childcare providers. Looking at the relationship between educational attainment and care provided, what we found is that many of these childcare providers sort of learned on the job. So whereas they were not very highly educated, or rather they just had a basic education, they had learned on the job about the different aspects that they needed to consider when taking care of young children. Some of them reported having received training on issues like first aid. And I should mention that what I'm talking about right now is data that we are still in the process of analyzing. We haven't yet completed the analysis of those data. So they were trained by various organizations, and this would be like one-day training on issues like first aid. Others reported having received training for up to 2 weeks on issues like considerations on nurturing care. There are some organizations that provide that training. So these are some of the issues that came up in terms of their educational attainment and professional training. The relationship between educational attainment and care provided, we haven't carried out analysis on that. So I think this is a question that we would not be able to answer now. But based on the literature, we could say that the higher the education, the better the care. That is what the literature shows. It may not be the same case here, because we have seen from what the data that we collected, educational attainment does not seem to matter so much for the parents. So we are yet to do that analysis, and if we find it similar to what has been reported in the literature, then we are going to report that as well. On the issue of child protection issues, the ratio of children to caregivers, it ranged from there were some facilities that had only 5 children, so that would be 5 to 1, and these are the ones that were home-based, and the ratios moved up to 40 to 1, and 40 children is in the more formal school-based childcare facilities, where we're finding very high ratios of or very low caregiver-child ratios. The question on are they registered, that's a very good question. All the questions are good, but this one particularly strikes me because this is also one of the questions we were asking when we were carrying out the study. We asked them, are you registered and where are you registered? When we asked them that, immediately their antenna went up because they're wondering, who are these? We've already identified ourselves as researchers, but they now start to question our motives. So we had to keep reassuring them that the data we are collecting is purely for research purposes. We are not going to victimize them for the status of registration status of their facilities or other conditions that we identified in the facilities. So many of them were not registered, and in fact it was very difficult to find the childcare facilities, and we had to use community health volunteers to help us identify those places that were identifying themselves as childcare facilities. Because you would expect that if a center is registered, then they would have a signboard or something indicating the status of their registration. But many of them were not registered. I would say up to 80% were not registered. For those that were registered, some of them were registered as societies or self-help groups. Those ones that are registered through the Attorney General's office. And this question also came up in an engagement that we had with stakeholders about 2 weeks back on where these centers would be registered. And we were informed that the National Council for Children's Services is the one that would be concerned with the registration. But I can be corrected on that because I don't think it's very clear where these childcare facilities should be registered because of that responsibility gap. There is no clear ministry that is responsible for childcare services. To what extent have the childcare spaces been recognized? Very interesting, because where the childcare facilities are located is not even recognized as a formal settlement. We're talking about urban informal settlements. And in the government's eyes, and we have our first ladies here representing the county governments, in Nairobi, which is where we did the work, informal settlements are not recognized when you think about planning for services. So if the informal settlements are not recognized, what about the childcare facilities that are within these settlements? We find that the county government and the national government recognize that the facilities exist. The need is there. The facilities exist. But I would say that because of the little support that we see them being offered, then they're turning a blind eye towards them. And I think something needs to change, either during this conference or afterwards in the coming days. Something needs to change. I haven't finished. There are regulations, the last one.
Okay, so go ahead.
Tobias is really on my case
Go
today.
ahead.
The last one on regulations and standards. Nairobi Child Care Facility Act sets out the regulations and standards that should be followed by the childcare facilities located in this county. Many of the childcare facilities that we encountered are not able to follow these regulations. They're not able to meet the standards. So do we say that because they're not able to meet the standards, then we shut all of them down? What happens then to the mothers who need to go to work and leave their children somewhere? So that is also another conversation that we need to have. Do we lower, in quotes, do we lower the standards for these childcare facilities, or do we enforce minimum quality standards? I think that's another big question that we need to ask in this conference, and hopefully we'll get an answer. I hope I have touched on all the questions.
Thank you so much,
If there's
Patricia.
some I haven't touched, you can see me after.
Yeah,
Thank
sure.
you.
Actually, that's what I wanted to say, that due to time, we may not exhaustively respond to the questions, but then the panelists are still available. They should be able to share their contacts, and we can even interact with them over lunch hour, just to be able to dig deep into the questions that we still feel are not comprehensively responded to. So, Silas, please.
Thank you so much, Tobias. I want to, in the interest of time, I want to mention that what I presented was actually a review that I want all of us who are interested to be part of, so that we come up with something that we can have. But you ask about specialized care. I think this is something that we're going to include in this. And but the one I want to talk about in 1 minute is inclusion. I have actually tried to go through both private, public, everywhere where they even mention that they practice inclusion. I want to say that I have not seen what we call inclusion. Whatever we have is quite maybe a discrimination in a school setup, discrimination in a center setup, because if you have, when we talk about inclusion, we first think about age. All the children should be in the same age group. If they are in class, it should be the same class. But if you go to most of these that we call special units, you find a child that is almost 15, 20, is placed with the ones that are 1 or 2 or 3 years, and that is not inclusion. Inclusion, we must think about age, we must think about infrastructure, we must think about our attitude. So the main thing here that plays a big role is attitude. Because the school can try or the center can try, but when you get to home, you find even the mother of this particular child, the father of this particular child is not interested in the one that are talking, the one that are walking, the one that can destroy things, but the one that is down there maybe with cerebral palsy, nobody thinks about that particular child. So inclusion is broad, and that's why I said that our reviews should really focus on this. And then during community mobilization and also planning for intervention, people should be told what inclusion is. Because the thing here, the definition of inclusion in Kenya is not what we are talking, the same as the definition of ECD and other definition. That is all that we should think about. So thank you for raising that. But on the oxygen, which is a perinatal course, I think this is something that we have read in high-income countries. I don't know whether we have actual data on the number of children that died as a result of lack of oxygen or developed disabilities as a result of, okay, there are those that died that I think we may have in our public facilities, but I don't think we have those that we can say that, oh, this child developed cerebral palsy because the mother or the child lacked oxygen during delivery. But I think these are some things that we can also get. So this is something that we are also going to cover. And I want to urge all of us who could be interested in this, maybe the government, maybe private sector, so that we work together in this. We are interested in this, and it's something that we will be talking about, and it's something that will bring to us. So thank you so much. We can side chat, we can exchange emails, we can exchange contacts, and then we move this forward from this conference.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Silas. I will come back to the plenary, but then I also want to pose some questions. We recognize that the county governments are represented here by high-profile individuals. We have first ladies around. We also recognize the presence of Deputy Director of the Prisons Department, and I know several government departments are here. So on that note, allow me just to pose a question regarding our perception on the milestones on nurturing care that we feel integration or working together. And this is the question. Looking at the milestones on nurturing care, to what extent could we say that the government has supported ministries, departments, and when I talk of government, I mean both national and county governments. So to what extent could you say that the government supported ministries and departments to work together in ensuring that no child is left behind, with particular emphasis to children with disabilities or special needs children in general? And then the other question is, what do you think can be done differently? So as we ponder over those questions, I want to welcome just general comments. If you have any other question, please, I want to request that we can hook up with our presenters. They're available on email, they're available on phones, and we can even have a seat with them during lunchtime and even in the course of tomorrow. So general comments, and specifically if you can also allow insiders outside the government and even those who are within the government, both county and national, to be able to respond to the question that I've raised. Over to you. Okay, I thought that was George, so I was looking for somebody else, but because it's not George, then let's give him. Table 12. Then I saw somewhere here. Okay, great. We'll give you a response. 1 minute, please.
With regards to what Cyrus has just said, and I would say that the other thing that we should be looking at is that the extent the government has invested, and especially in the human resource for this category, because currently the main issue in most of the counties is the fact that we do not even have enough OTs or occupational therapists to take care of this category. And so as a result of that, I would agree with Cyrus that this is an area that requires a lot of research, and again, to do a lot of advocacy in terms of prioritization and a resource allocation to this particular aid. Looking forward to working with the team to see that this goes through. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Then table 11, there was two hands in table 11. Excuse me, table 11, yeah. Ladies first. There is a lady in table 11. Yeah.
My name is Arun Navarsani. I'm in the educational field for the past 10 years. My observation, especially when I deal with the in-settlement area, there are so many international organizations also coming in to help us with educational system and to implement into the in-settlement area. But when I come from the background of my education, I feel like our children are getting more confused now, because remember, we follow a system here where they bring the international integration systems into the field. How do we filter this out? Help is always welcomed, and it's really nice if somebody wants to come and support our children. But at the same time, remember, those young children are getting more confused by implementing two different systems into the same classroom. So child is more confused now, which system are we following? I hope my point is clear here. I think there should be a filtration before we let this happen and make more miserable our children, because they're already vulnerable at that age. So this is one of my comments, and say, please look into it, receive the help, but see how you want to implement it on the ground to our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Rob Hughes. I'm from the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, and really delighted to be here and to be collaborating with many of those presenting. I just wanted to make 2 points. One was actually to connect Silas's presentation with Dr. Patricia's, because I think one of the things that we're also doing is trying to understand about the importance of early intervention for the children with particular needs, so with physical or mental or sensory impairments. And I think it's important to think that, again, this is not a separate thing that can wait until school age. It's about thinking about all people at all stages, and particularly the most vulnerable. The second point I wanted to make was just that I think there's a really important opportunity here for Kenya to be a leader. And I think that's something that maybe is sometimes easier to see from outside than inside. But if you look at where urbanization is moving in Africa and globally, but the pace of urbanization and the informal urbanization and the way that's affecting children and childhood and early childhood is actually something where here in this country we're a little bit ahead of a lot of the continent in terms of the urbanization, particularly in places like Nairobi, but also in other cities. And there's an opportunity for us to keep doing what we're doing with this work, which is really learning about all of these complexities of that informality, the informal urban settlements where these issues are not going to go away, they are needed, and the childcare, you can't just sort of regulate your way out of it, you have to think harder. And I think it's just an important point to make for all of you in the room to realize is that Kenya can be ahead of the curve on this, and then will become important to help share the lessons that we're learning about the problem, but also the solutions within the region. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, there was a hand behind. Then we come to table 9. So get us another mic in table 9.
Thank you very much. My name is Mohammed Abdi. I work with Nairobi City County Health Department. I'm the head of the school health program. I think for us in Nairobi, we are lucky to have the policy and guideline from the Ministry of Education and Health. And in our side, we are not lacking of any policy. We are only lacking of maybe the implementation part of it. For maybe when you are assessing for the ECD regulation, I want just maybe to point out that when you are doing the assessment and then if you start asking them on, have you paid for that? Were you registered? Because of COVID and maybe the situation they are in, they will not tell you anything. And there's a lot of mushrooming business that is going on in so many slum areas. But for the regulation at the moment, we made that there is a minimum standard because of the right of the child, has the right of education, for health, shelter and everything. We don't condemn them, we normally go and advise them. So our mandate is to advise, see that child who is in Kawangware slum area and the one who is in Lavington should have the same standard. However, because of their space they have, they will not be the same. So we are giving them the minimum and the maximum standard for their daycare centers and operation. That's all. Apart from that, where everybody is lacking, at the moment we are facing challenges that children with disability, we have one of the best centers of autism in the country here in City Primary. And the facilities are there. So what we request is that our partners who want support, instead of our kids being supported in maybe in different parts, the facility of the government, we have enough spaces. If you can also strengthen and support, could have been one of the best ideas. So for us in Nairobi, I'm sure we are doing the best. In the other side, school health policy and guideline is the one which is guiding us from ECD to the institution and for everybody, which also states that back to school program, we are going to advise, counseling, and doing everything we have been talking about today. So for us, I think we need still to shape up, maybe see the regulation where it's maybe a bit tough, then we still review, see, and it's already in an advanced stage for Nairobi County to be
Thank you.
Thank you.
Table 9.
Thank you. I'm John Mbogo from Tharaka-Nithi County. First of all, let me clarify that the child does not get cerebral palsy because the mother lacks oxygen during the delivery. What happened is the child who lacks oxygen, not the oxygen we give in the hospital, is because the child gets glucose and oxygen through the placenta. and the child gets a cerebral palsy when the placenta detaches from the uterus before the child is delivered. So that is the cause I wanted to clarify. The other thing, in the Ministry of Health, we have trainings called IMCI for all the care providers and integrated case management for community health frontiers. And they cover well the developmental milestone and stimulation. So if those trainings can be scaled up, I think our health care providers will be able to detect these neurodevelopment disability. The other thing, we have mother-child booklet, which normally the mother carries during the antenatal clinic and when she is taking the child to the child welfare clinic. If you look at that child booklet, it has stipulated very well the developmental milestone and how the mother is supposed to stimulate the child. But unfortunately, the mothers don't know the content of these booklets. So if the mothers can be sensitized to go through the contents of this booklet, and also the daycare center givers, they will be able to recognize the neurodevelopment disability very early. Otherwise, in the Ministry of Health, if these training and these mother booklet can be read, the mother to know, and the daycare givers, they will be able to recognize the neurodevelopment disability quite early.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Okay. There was someone on the other side.
Okay, let me go ahead. I'm Tei Mokunya-Undo from Nature Log Foods, and my question is towards also collaborating with the private sector on food solutions, especially on nutrition, and because we are able to do pre-cooked stews that would be at a range of 15 shillings per serving proportion of dengu or other legumes. So what is it, and what are the collaborations, because these are foods that are sourced for our own Kenyan farmers to feed the population of the children or the institutions against that, so that it can be a full value chain that is locally grown and made. So those are the collaborations with the private sector that would be useful as well.
Thank you so much. I've tried to be as fair as possible, at least.
Must notice that the budget is very important for planning. It's an important tool that the government uses for planning, and the way you know that a government is committed either to gender equality or some of the other policies that are in existence, it's in the way that it funds what it says it will do. So apart from investing in early childhood education and development, as well as the other social service sectors, studies show that this is a strategic economic recovery measure from COVID-19. Why? Because during the pandemic, issues of care responsibilities for household increased. So the government is better placed to find policy and fiscal solutions that can promote the ability of women to either take care of children or get into the labor workforce. Next slide. So the purpose of this study was to assess Kenya's budgetary allocations to sectors that promote early child care and development. And we addressed two main questions. Number one, we were trying to look at what is the trend in public financing of sectors which promote quality child care in Kenya. And number two, we're trying to look at what are the budgetary allocations to those sectors in the 2021-2022 budget. Next slide. So the methods we used a feminist and intersectional perspective, but this is just mainly looking at what laws, what policies, what structural limitations are there that prevent either women to take care of children, and what then can then be done around those sectors. That's the feminist intersectional perspective. So it was conducted through a desk review of the budget, and using published sources of online information on the topic of childcare. Next slide. So critical writings have been made before with regards to budgeting, and especially with budgeting around issues to do with gender and looking at gender roles that place women at the core of taking care of children. One of these is Budlander 2022, this should be 2012, notes that as a policy statement, budgets reflect social and economic priorities of a government. As I said earlier, the way you know that a government is committed to its children or any other population is in the way that they budget for those people or those issues. Then the Ministry of Education, Kenya Statistical Booklet for 2019 indicates that 33% of education financing is borne by households. So the rest is either borne by governments, and in the country that you say that education, especially basic education, is free and compulsory, then this 33% of expenses are borne by the households. Another writing is by Kipra in 2019 that observes that the lack of ECD guidelines financing may contribute to under-resourcing of ECD, with funds being diverted to either paying bursaries in secondary and tertiary education. Next slide. So these are the findings. So out of all those sectors that I mentioned before, which are education, health, gender, agriculture, water, health, social protection, which we are referring to as the K economy, the allocation is 406 billion. Note that the budget for that year was around 3.3 trillion. So if you take that as a percentage, the spending to these sectors that children need for their complete well-being is 406 billion, which is 11% of the total spending for the year 2021-2022. So we'll look at each of those sectors and just highlight some of the issues. Next slide. So this is where the ECD is situated, the State Department for Early Learning and Basic Education. And there was something that was noted in the morning that primary education is lumped together with ECD funding. So if you look at the budget, you will not be able to tell what is budgeted for early child education and what is budgeted for primary education, what we know as after the early years and you progress to primary schools. That demarcation is not there. So that is a critical observation in that budget. So the other sectors, the other levels of education, primary is clearly indicated that this is funding for primary. Secondary is indicated this is funding for secondary. So the department is allocated 103.96 billion, which is equivalent to 2.9% of the total government spending that year. And why we felt this was inadequate, still informed by those statistics that 33% of education finances are borne by Kenyan households, then the government should increase its spending so that it covers that 33% of funding to education. Next slide. The other sector that is critical to children's well-being is the Ministry of Health. And this ministry was allocated 121 billion shillings, which corresponds to 3.3% of the government spending. And this this was inadequate because how the ministries function is that there are sector working groups that prepare proposals. And the Ministry of Health, the sector working group, prepared a projection of the amount of funding required to provide quality health services to Kenyans. And out of what they proposed, the government allocated, but there was a deficit of 38% from what they had requested. So what does that mean? It means that services, health services will be compromised because the funding is not enough to cover the services that are needed. It's critical to note that Kenya has made commitments to declarations such as the Abuja Declaration, where states commit to spend 15% of their national budgets to health. So with a spending of 3.3%, and it's after almost 20 years and above after that commitment was made, then we're not doing so well in terms of aligning to those commitments. So critical sector or program under the Ministry of Health is the preventive, promotive, reproductive health, and national referral and specialized services. This is concerned with direct provision of health services that children and women need on a daily, almost daily basis. So it suffered a deficit of 15% and 41% for those programs by being allocated 25.2 billion and which is 4.53 billion less than what the health sector working group had requested. The mortality in Kenya, the number of women that die at childbirth is very high. It's actually higher than the world or global average. So we should be showing constant commitment to alleviating such issues. Next slide. Food, agriculture and food security initiatives. Why this is important is because of issues of nutrition. And this, the total budget was 61.21, which is 1.7% of total government spending. We are currently experiencing a drought, and Kenya is increasingly becoming food insecure. So we analyze the budget and realize much of the spending in that budget aims at increasing productivity, even though the money is allocated. By productivity, it means to just support people to produce, either increase yields, get more animals or improved breeds of animals, improve farming methods and so forth. But the problem is food security is an income problem more than it is a production problem. People produce enough, but is this enough that they are producing able to result to incomes? Are they able to sell it and have money in the pocket? So that is where the attention for agriculture and food security initiatives should aim to head. So some key statistics is that 7.1 million Kenyans reported being hungry in 2014. That is 18% of Kenyans. More recently, in 2017, more than 25%, a quarter of the Kenyan children are stunted. So it shows there's a hunger situation across Kenya that should be attended to. Next.
Sorry, Desai, could you try to wind up?
Okay, I'm told that I'm time barred, so I'll try to take 2 minutes also. So water is also important, and the budget allocation for Ministry of Water and Irrigation is 78.28 billion, which is 2.1% of the funding. There's a program under that sector called the Water for Schools that target 100 schools in the whole country with water connectivity. Why that is not so okay is because that, if you look at it, it's about two schools per county. which means that children will continue fetching water, especially in rural areas, and miss out on education as the case is. Next slide. Another important sector that we looked at was social protection, really important at taking care of vulnerable children in the country. And it was allocated an equivalent of 1% of government funding, that is 37.84 billion shillings. There's an issue with targeting where the number of children is around estimated 3.6 million in Kenya. However, the targets for programs like cash transfers were targeting 545 households. PWDs targeted 94,000 households, and the number of PWDs in Kenya is 333,000. So you may see the kind of targeting there as low as we will explain in the analysis of the findings. The State Department for Gender, the allocation was 0.1%. This is one of the least funded programs in the government, and it has very critical functions of improving the incomes of the households, which support access to education, health, and nutrition for children. A case in point is the counties that were allocated 104 million, which is 2.2 million per county per year. That's really low. If you imagine that counties have a lot of programs to run around gender and children, 2.21 million is quite low. So key recommendations here, one is that, and it was said in the morning, I think by the CEO for the Council of Governors, there is need to ring fence capitation for ECD, or develop guidelines about how counties should budget, or the national government should budget for ECD. One of the things is that there's need to be specific lines and allocations for ECD that can be evaluated and monitored over time, even as we consider increasing funding to ECD. So most importantly, it should be increased because there is a deficit, as you would see. 33% of Kenyan households footing education costs is not good for increasing the household incomes. So another recommendation is that the State Department for Gender should be increased and the beneficiary targets raised. We realize the allocation was just 0.1% of the funding, whereas it houses important economic strengthening activities like the Uwezo Fund and the Women Economic Enterprise Fund. There's a bill known as the Food Security Bill of 2017. The bill is still somewhere between Parliament and Senate. It provides very critical recommendations for improving food security and nutrition for children in Kenya. So this bill should be passed and acted upon. We also recommend that national governments and county governments institutionalize gender-responsive budgeting. And this means that let us budget based on existing gender data. What is the position of women currently? What is the position of men? What are the issues that children are facing in the country? And how best can we allocate funding to them? You might find that a certain county has a very high number of orphaned children, but do they use this data to inform their allocations either to programs to support orphans or programs to support early education and development? The other thing is that you realize that counties would allocate funding to secondary and tertiary education, while this is not their core function. So there is more attention that counties need to give to early education and development. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll move quickly to Gilbert's presentation in the interest of time, and then do questions later. Thank you.
Can I please stand?
Yes, you may.
Am I allowed to?
Yes, please.
Thank you. I think it's because of the 844 system that I went through. You are told when you're addressing anyone, you need to be standing. Eh? I don't know if we have the presentation for, please. In the interest of time, I'm going to skip a few introductions, which I already did. Just move to the next slide, please. So let me just tell you, no, back, yeah, there. And I'm seeing a very beautiful lady somewhere at the corner there. I hope I'll be able to. So this is basically to highlight who we are. Their World is a global children's charity committed to ending global education crisis and unleashing the potential of the next generation. So we are in sync here. And we believe that every child, and the word is every child, deserves the best start in life, a safe place to learn, and the skills they need for their future. Next, please. Our engagements are very direct. As I mentioned earlier, we engage more into advocacy and campaigning, and using, now that we're in the campaign period, there's a lot of bottom-up and top-down conversations that are happening, but we have been having them for a while. Eh? This is the realization that issues of children are captured across, both from the policy level at the national and from the community upwards, from the household level. And that's why we have a lot of campaigning coming down from the community level and a lot of advocacy engaging with policymakers across the country. Just move to the next one. Now, our ambition is pushing for allocation towards early childhood education. And our push is very simple. We are pushing each government to allocate at least 10% of their education budget towards supporting or funding early childhood education. My slide has disappeared. Thank you. And so in Kenya, mostly what we do is that we collect a lot of data. We do a lot of research. So that's why most of you have not heard about us for a very long time, but there are people that we have interacted with. It's because most of what we do is a lot of research. We are looking for what are these real needs? How do we tabulate them? Because when you come from the economic sides, it's all about numbers and how do you justify and all that. And so in Kenya, since 2019, we've been doing a bit of researches around budgeting for early childhood education across different counties. And this year, we continue working around 5 counties on the same. And I'm sure in your bags, there's a report. There's something that looks like this. You have it, yeah? Yeah, this is a very comprehensive report that is going to guide you. It's like a baby step on how to go about advocating for financing early childhood education. Let's move forward. Then, this is very common knowledge, but it's not common practice. That's why I have had to highlight it here. That we all know and we all are aware that 90% of children's brains develop below the age of 5. Cindy, we all know that, yeah? Yes? Yeah. And a research done by the Education Commission in 2016 showed that investing $1 in a child, that is 100 shillings, at a rate of 100 bob, that's like 100 shillings per child, has a potential of yielding around 1,700 shillings in the life of that child. Let's go back, please. Yeah. Globally, we are saying we have around 175 million children who are still out of pre-primary education. And then locally, what is our statistics? Move, please. So by 2019, this is according to government statistics, we had around 2.9 million children that access pre-primary education. And of these, 1.9 million are in the public centers, while the 800,000 are actually in private ECDs across the country. Now, a quarter of all our children at that particular level actually are missing out of pre-primary centers. And some of the reasons are very, very obvious. Some counties are very unreached, like children can't guaranteed or can't access these ECD centers. And we did a research sometime last year, and we saw the enrollment rate for Mandera County was actually sitting at 18%. Now, regionally, how do we fare? When you look at Rwanda, this is against the 10% allocation towards education. Rwanda leads with 7.7% of their education budget going to early childhood education. And then they are followed by Tanzania, which is at 6%, Zimbabwe at 2%, Ethiopia at 1.9%, then Kenya we follow at 1.8%. We still have a few countries that are still at 0 point something. Now, what are our main barriers to pre-primary education? Most of this is what have been discussed, and I'll just brush through. And one of the barriers here is insufficient financing. The obvious thing that has been mentioned earlier today is we know that the pre-primary education is a function of the county government. And that's why I'm glad to have the first ladies here. And I know this has been our conversation for a long time. When we started this, we had a privilege to meet with the first lady for Makueni and just brainstorm and look through this system. And I know in other forums we've met also with Madam Rosila Rasanga, and just to push and have discussion around the holistic approach that you're coming up with. And so, at least 15 counties. Okay, the second one is incoherent policy frameworks. When we are looking at policy frameworks, it's interesting because when the function was sent to the county government, by act, it was there, but by implementation, it wasn't really strong. And I know we have a few representatives from the county government can tell us here. Now, this forced some of the counties to actually come up with their own policies on how they implement these particular budgets towards supporting early childhood education. Some counties actually went as far as forgetting that some roles still belong to the national government and went ahead and came up with their curriculums for their particular counties. Yet we know all this is a function of the national government and sits at the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development. Those are still conversations that are happening a lot, and we hope soon serious alignment is going to be done. Of course, we have confusing institutional frameworks and geographical disparities. One of the counties, and this was Turkana County, and I have to quote this official from there, devolution has its advantages. We have seen paid enrollment in pre-primary because of good investment in the subsector. A lot of investment has gone into that and has really pushed up enrollment to pre-primary by 110%. The next. So what actions can we take as actors? And I'm just brushing through. The report has, by the if you just go one by one on the report, it's going to give you a very nice approach on how to address this. So I just captured a few of the findings so that we can keep our time short here. So we are privileged to have the ECD Act of 2021, which actually marks a very positive step forward for the country. We are at the space where we are going to work around the CIDPs. This is the time. The other one has ended. I know we know that, all of us. And with the coming of the new leadership at the county levels, we all need to start engaging into the process of ensuring that issues of pre-primary education are all captured under the CIDPs. If we miss that point A for the next, how long is the CIDP? 5 years. For the next 5 years, anything you are going to say is going to be null and void. You're going to use so much effort to ensure that issues of children are captured. Why? Because this is the mother of them all. This is the main document. So as we are going towards electing new leaders, we need to start preparing ourselves and start engaging constructively and proactively to ensure that issues of children at pre-primary level are actually captured there. The other process we need to very critically engage in is the annual budgeting process. Next slide, please. And the law-making processes. All these actually happen at the county level. Then rallying duty bearers, who are basically the people you are going to elect, and the rest of the people that are involved. Just go back. Back one slide. Yeah. At the law-making process, I think it's very important as civil society organization, as actors in the pre-primary education sector, you need to be engaged, you need to be involved, you need to know the processes that are happening at all levels. At ward public participation, for example, at your local area. I think that is a very, very important thing that you need to keep pressing and requesting everyone to be a part of to ensure that issues of children are covered. Having said that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your time, and I'm looking forward to constructive engagement.
Thank you so much, Gilbert. I'm advised we only have 10 minutes before lunchtime, so I'll request the last two presentations, if you can try to be as succinct as possible, 5 minutes each. Veronica, welcome.
Good afternoon. Yeah, I've said that I come from Makueni County and I work with the Department of Health, and I want to give a presentation of what we've been implementing in Makueni for the last 3 years in terms of services in ECD centers and ECD department, together with health and line departments who are stakeholders in ECD services. Next slide. Previous slide. Yes, in Makueni County, we've been working in a mode sector in terms of collaboration towards nurturing the care for our ECD beneficiaries. And in education, we've been able to facilitate learning through infrastructure development, employment of staff, and capacity building of teachers, curriculum support supervision, and implementation by implementing the ECD services. In our package, in infrastructure, 94 ECD centers were given like a package of 2 classes each, an office, store, water tank, and a block of 3-door pit latrine. For the first slide. So for the services to support issues of COVID-19, we were issued with the masks, and 945 teachers were employed to continue giving services. In the health department, in order to offer adequate nutrition and health status, we have been upscaling maternal, infant, and young child nutrition through early initiation, breastfeed, and exclusive breastfeeding, timely introduction of complementary feeds, that is once the child gets to 6 months to 2 years, they have the diversified diet, which is timely. And we've been having what we call the community baby-friendly initiative, where the peer mothers who have children, who are expectant and having children below 2 years, are put in support groups where they can share experience on how they can bring up their children, observing issues of health and good nutrition. And the partners, who are the fathers, have also been involved, and a few groups have been formed across the county. In issues of scaling, prevention, control, and of diseases, we've had health education. Second slide. In issues of upscaling, prevention of services, we've been having several activities around that, where we are having, I need the previous slide, kindly. So, to upscaling, prevention, control, and management of micronutrient deficiencies, the department, we have been having uptake of the micronutrient supplements for both the children below 5 years and their mothers, and management of diarrhea through provision of zinc and ORS, and strengthening increase of coverage of management of malnutrition. Management of malnutrition, those are issues of underweight, stunting, and wasting. This has been done through the facility, the hospitals and dispensaries. Next slide. To support the prevention of diseases, we've had adequate activity for all communities, where communities are given health education and caregivers are also given nutrition education or diet diversification, so that we can be able to control and manage the non-communicable diseases. On issues to support good health, kangaroo mother care, to take care of children who are disadvantaged and are born preterms and of low birth weight. In all hospitals, 9 of them, we have that component where we can support their survival. For other services, to strengthen the survival, good growth, and nutrition status for the children, we've had services which have been continuing, ongoing, but with support of collaboration within the departments, where we've been able to give vitamin A supplementation, deworm the children under 5 years, including those who are in ECDs, twice a year. We've been able to extend growth monitoring to ECD centers apart from what is done in the health facility. On issues of safety and protection, especially through the gender department, all ECD centers were issued with SACs, which is a form of a kitchen garden. They have all implemented in all centers, and they have been able to benefit from vegetables from the garden, whereby they have been able to prepare lunch, common lunch for the pupils with a kit by the parents, where they have employed 1 cook in all schools. Issues of wash, where we can prevent the diarrhea diseases, interventions have been in place in all ECD centers. On responsive care, caregivers from time to time, during their parents' meeting in the school, in the community, barazas, and when they seek services in the health facilities, the component of health education and nutrition has been re-emphasized every other time. On coordination and governance, there has been stakeholders meeting from line departments who are stakeholders in ECD, health, agriculture, gender, and the children's department included. And we've been able to have quarterly multi-sectoral nutrition forum, where we come into discussion with all stakeholders within the county who are implementing nutrition activities. Next slide. On finances, we've not been doing very well, but what we can appreciate is that for the last 3 years, the financial contribution towards services concerning the child under 5 years, both from the Department of Education and Department of Health, has been increasing. And we are looking forward to allocating more funds so that we can be able to support our under 5s, especially the pupils. We improve their health status, then they be able to concentrate in class, go to school every day, because with the supplementation and micronutrient supplementation and management of malnutrition, once once screened, can enable them to attend school every day and be able to understand, then they'll be able to graduate to the next level of education in the correct capacity. Next slide. Achievements. We are saying that in the last 3 years, our pupils have been able to increase enrollment from 47,000 to 50,000, that's around 3,000. Our teachers and communities have been empowered on their contribution towards the support of their service delivery to the ECD pupils. And this has shown much, because when the teachers are empowered, like after every 6 months, the pupils have to be dewormed and given vitamin A, which improve their health and nutritional status. The teachers are very cooperative, and communities, especially when we were building the classes, they contributed some material. And on issues of kitchen garden, they have been able to keep watering the vegetables until they are at times of maturity and the pupils are benefiting. Another achievement has been that we've had reduced ailments among the ECD learners who are children under 5 years, especially on issues of URTI, which is the issues of homa and diarrheal diseases. We've seen that the implementation of hand washing and observation of good sanitation in the schools improved. This has helped so much for those cases of diseases for the under 5s. We are saying that in the last 3 years, the data has been going low, meaning that our pupils are getting healthy, and we are able to attend school every day because they are well. They are able to sit in class from Monday to Friday throughout the term and throughout the year. Then I've talked of community support. Then we've had a relevant collaboration from various stakeholders. Various of stakeholders, we are talking of the line departments and the community itself, especially while we were having the public participation. A community is well established with the knowledge of what they need and they want to implement to better the stay of their pupils in school. However, we've had some few challenges. Next slide. We've said that the funding has been improving, but it is not enough. We target to have more so that we can improve the services. Personnel in our ECD centers is not adequate because most of the ECD centers, we only have one teacher who is employed both by the county government and also by contribution by the parents. Then we have that one teacher is not enough for all pupils because we've seen that the population has grown. There is need for more personnel to give quality and sustainable services. We lack common feeding program. We've said that through the kitchen garden, we've been able to provide vegetables, and the parents have contributed a kit, at least to have some light lunch for their pupils, but it is not common. In every other ECD, they have it their own way. So when it is uniform, we'll be able to monitor the nutritional status because now we can say they are fed on the same diet and the expectation can be monitored. Then we have inconsistent capacity building for teachers and caregivers. We give them health education and information every other time. But you see the meetings might not be every other month. So if we can strengthen that, we feel that it can improve our services. Most of our teachers, we've said that especially the ones employed by the county government, they are on contract basis. So if they can be employed permanently by our government, it can be more motivating, and when they are in enough numbers, they can still deliver more. We say that in Makueni County, we have some cultural beliefs. And this contributes much to the way we give services or the pupils seek services. At times, for example, you can find that we are talking of a diversified diet to improve the nutritional status of our pupils. But now you get to some clans and you find that they do not allow their children to consume particular foods which are nutritious. That will also contribute to the pupils lacking that particular nutrient if they will not be able to get supply from another food source. We also have the challenge of the wildlife-human conflict, especially in the lower part of the county where they border the Savo Park. And at times we have some wild animals crossing over, destroying crops. And at times when they cross, the pupils will not be able to attend school every day until it is secure. Then the infrastructure we've said that we constructed, and now that the population is increasing, is still not adequate. We wish to expand. Next slide. Our priorities for the next 1 year, we want to have uniform program feeding throughout the county, and we want to conduct regular sensitization for the caregivers so that we can do away with the beliefs and they can also understand the nutritional needs of their children, then they'll be able to provide. And we want them to understand that the child under 5 years should be done growth monitoring every other month so that we can be able to screen and identify nutrition and health issues in time and give intervention. Infrastructure, we said, is not enough. We wish to increase. We also wish to better the terms of our teachers, like if they are given permanent and pensionable. Then we want to accelerate the action of health services, especially the Malezi Bora. We are receiving support from the county and we are able to reach every ECD. But it is done twice in a year. If we get more support, we'll be able to seek other services and take them to the pupils. There is our governor in an ECD center. We said that they were supplied with tables and he was trying to learn with them and to work with them that day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Veronica. Let's appreciate Veronica. And last but not least, we have our final presentation from Pisa. We didn't get to introduce you when you came in, so please introduce yourself as you also do your presentation. Thank you.
I want to believe most of people know me. Dr. Douglas Barasa, the director of Busia County. I've just come to share. I'm not going to take even more than 3 minutes. I want to believe I will take 2 minutes. When you see the faces of adults, when they reach such a time, they start responding to certain activities. So I will not take time. Otherwise, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my presentation. Next slide, so that we move very fast. Now, in Busia County, we embrace a multi-sectoral approach in managing ECD programs. What is indicated there is that we engage the Department of Health to carry out vitamin A supplement, the immunization program, and deworming program. Now, on nutrition, most schools we are promoted by the University of Eldoret that they came to demonstrate within our counties, and we were able to create a number of kitchen gardens. So we can be able to say that we get most of the foods for the early years from the kitchen gardens within the school. It's a program that is running in most of the schools. Now also, in Busia, we also do some fishing. And the fish is very nutritious, and we have a potential in one of the sub-counties, like Bunyala, where we have a lot of water and there's a lake. So we are able to do fish cages, and it's all becoming a generating activity to our schools as we support our young learners during lunch break. On issues of safety, the Department of Health ensures that creates a mechanism to inspect all our buildings, all our classrooms, to ensure that they are very safe for the children in terms of ventilation, and also for people of special needs, the disability learners. So that one has been taken care, and all our schools, you remember the issues of COVID when it came. We had to disinfect all our schools to protect the lives of our learners. Next. We don't have a lot of the budget. The last 3 years, the budget that you asked us to produce, they were just meant for renovation and payment of pending bills. Otherwise, we have already constructed classrooms. We have been able to provide furniture to our learners and the teaching and learning materials. And our teachers have also been taken in terms of on PNP, all of them. So we are safe on that side on provision of basic education, despite that the budgets we have does not address enough for every child. We are requesting the county government that we be able to be given some money to run our budget, because basic education is ideally is free. And it's a board of contention. When I was presenting this even to the Senate, it is undesirable to have children in ECD paying when children in second school are learning free. It is undesirable. And the Senate is taking it seriously, and we are trying to see a way how we can reinvest the ECD money so that we spend on items for the early years. You remember, you are aware, as you were told in the morning, education in county government is lumped with other functions like gender. So there are no specific money meant for our education. So we are just appealing to the stakeholders and help us to sing this song, that let us reinvest money for ECD so that all our ECDs can develop. Next slide. As I told you that the last 3 years we did have money, capitation is 0, child nutrition is 0. What else? Hakuna pesa hapo, si ndio? Enda kwa ingine. I want to take 2 little minutes. Now, now the key aspect that we have tried to ensure that our children in early years, they have all been dewormed. We have improved in teacher-child ratio, and also the enrollment of in schools have also improved. Materials we have been able to procure. Now we are able to use the scheme of service. I want to believe all counties have the scheme of service. If you don't have, please contact me. I expect that all counties are using that scheme of service. I have had my colleague in Makueni, they are still employing our teachers on contract. I will appeal to you that have a conversation so that they can be engaged on PNP. I remember the government of Kenya gave us a circular that employing workers on contract is very expensive. So let us just engage our teachers on PNP. Next slide. In Busia, we managed to develop an ECD Act, and it's already in operational, and the regulations. So we are trying to implement, but the bottleneck we have is resources. So I'm believing my neighbor here is also listening. You can talk to my boss so that he can give us more money in the next budget. Next slide. The challenges, we have an inadequate time of resources. You know, pesa ya county inakujanga kama nini? Dawa. Inakuja kidogo kidogo mpaka hata your plans and the activities you planned, it cannot go with the work program. So we want appeal that the stakeholders concerned and the treasury to try to disburse money according to the in time, so that we can also implement our programs. You know, we are dealing with the lives of our children, whom we must give services. We cannot say that we shall wait for money. Let us get the money on time. Yes? We have talked of the infrastructure, the policies of childcare. This is a bone of contention, ladies and gentlemen. We have tried to do some little policies on childcare, but as a fraternity of ECD, we don't have a uniform childcare facility policy. And I wanted to appeal to Tabit and the collaborators and other stakeholders. Let us see the best way we can help our country, that we should be able to engage and prepare a childcare policy. We have a policy for 4 to 5 years, the pre-primary policy of 2017. I hope everybody and every county has. But for the childcare area, it's still a virgin area where our children are put in a room in a house and they are congested there, breathing ruthlessly wrong, getting each other the diseases one has. We want to have to improve on this, ladies and gentlemen. Otherwise, is there anything else? I want to believe that, you know, I'm talking that because I chair the Directors Caucus and I coordinate our counties, my colleague friends, and I want to believe they are here. I hope they are listening. What you need to know, you are supposed to share and be able to move forward to improve the lives of our children. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Douglas. Oh, just keep it. Okay. I'm afraid we're out of time, so we won't be able to have plenary from the audience. I'll just quickly summarize because I believe we have to go for lunch now. But just to say thank you to Josiah for taking us through all the ways in which the budget is gender responsive and ECCED responsive, and the gaps that still need to be bridged. Thank you so much, Gilbert, for taking us through the return on investment in ECCED, the gaps again that we still need to bridge, and how far we have come in terms of, you know, what counties have done in terms of legislation and spending and curriculum development. Thank you to both Veronica and Dr. Douglas on sharing their experiences, their challenges, their priorities and successes in terms of ECCED in Busia and Makwene counties respectively. We have it's encouraging to see that we have at least increased nominally the budgets in ECCED every year, but as they've said, it's still not enough. So I just encourage us to look and think through how we can improve financing in this sector. What alternative sources of sustainable financing are there? How can we get more involved in the budgeting process, as Gilbert said, in developing our CIDPs, and even the debt advocacy that is there. We spend about 88% of our consolidated fund on debt servicing, and that is the priority before we do any kind of social spending. So that's where a lot of our money is going. It's crowding out any investments we have on any kind of social spending. So I encourage everyone to get in on that debt advocacy agenda, because it's crowding out monies on early childhood education and any kind of social spending. So thank you very much for being a part of this conversation. We'll be available at lunchtime to continue it. I believe they're handing out lunch cards, so you can take them from the lovely lady at the end of the podium. Let's have one last round of applause again for our speakers. Thank you very much.
we were approached by PATH, who co-funded us in terms of implementing this particular initiative, because in CIA, they were doing the implementation in the public health facilities. But then how best could we also involve the private health facilities to ensure that they also implement nurturing care and ensure that they bring in caregivers who are also able to benefit from stimulation aspects towards their children. Because as a background, you also need to know the private health facilities is attended by a number of elites, if I may say, that sometimes even allow their caregivers or the households to take their children to the health facilities. But as we look into that, focusing on this background that is just projected, we realize that a number of children also are currently accessing health services, and looking at approximately 47% of the poorest of Kenyans also seeking medical attention in the private sector. But then that was giving us now a background on how best to ensure that we also target such a particular group to ensure that they also benefit from these services, and also ensure that the caregivers have the knowledge in child stimulation aspects. We were basically, next slide, we were basically looking at a select of facilities in the county. At the time of implementation, we were targeting 11 health facilities, and we were looking at implementation in 5 sub-counties in the county, in 7 wards out of 30, because in Siaya County you have 30 wards. So we were looking at how do we pilot this intervention in a select community, in select facilities, to showcase that if we involve the private health sector, then we can also target a number of caregivers who can also benefit from the same information in terms of nurturing care for early childhood development. So we were in 11 health facilities, as just been highlighted in the presentation, which was also looking at some of the best ways to engage caregivers, ensuring that the private health facilities engage and even share some, give services around nurturing care. And also another good aspect that is also our niche as an organization was looking at how do you also integrate the same model into ASRH, targeting the teen mothers, because we realize majority of the teen mothers faces stigma, and they may also wish to seek services in the private health facilities. So we were also looking at how best we also tap into this particular opportunity of having the teen moms being engaged and seek services and also consultations at these private health facilities. So in our approach, in order to bring in this PPP approach, we looked at how do we work with the county government in terms of targeting these health facilities. So what we did, we had some joint collaborative engagements and agreements with the health department who ensured they also mapped these facilities. So we didn't do it on our own. We had to work within the county structures to ensure that they map facilities within the county, that we could start piloting this particular aspect, and that is how we arrived at the 11 health facilities. We ensure that we also engaged at the facility level, the administrators or the health management board, because we are sure when you involve them at that particular early stages, then you're assured of ownership. So we worked with them and also brought in capacity building aspects, because from the collaborative engagements or agreement, we also were able to identify the healthcare providers that could be trained. And with the help of PAPS, we were able to train a number of healthcare workers, the CHVs on Playbox Sessions, and also the administrators. So our key approach was just anchoring this nurturing care for early childhood development into their routine consultations to ensure that whenever they are able to, when they are counseling these caregivers, they have the knowledge and the capacity to do that. Then the other thing was also on linkages, because we also want to work within the county structures to ensure that there's also TA, the technical assistance from the public health facilities, also ensure that there's some exchanges so that they also learn from the other sector what they're doing and they borrow lessons from there. And then supportive supervisions, looking at their data and how best to support them further. So this was now linked with the health departments who are doing these services and offering support to the health facilities. In another aspect, we had to have the Playbox Sessions being conducted at the facility level by ensuring that the caregivers are at the core front in terms of getting the right information, because as we are targeting the children, then you have to go and target the mothers and the fathers that attends these health facilities. So we are to bring them on board at the facility level, and also work around the community sections to ensure that there also awareness creation that is also done to ensure that they also get the information. So in the community, we had to have a multisectoral kind of approach that engages all the other sectors, even agriculture, in giving information around kitchen gardening, home economics aspect, and also any other socioeconomic empowerment to the caregiver so that they're able to access adequately services at the health facilities. So as a result, we had a number of caregivers being reached with this information. The caregiver child diet that we are able to receive information and counseling at both the community and the health facilities were that number, 119,687. I also mentioned about targeting the teen mothers with information at both the facility and the community, where we reached 1,700. And also the capacity building aspects, that is the number that we're able to train, the 36 providers out of the 114. Then at the household level, we also targeted counseling at that household level by the CHVs, and we were able to reach 30,000. As a result also, we were looking at, by engaging these numbers, we also saw the facilities owning up and ensuring that they go out of their way to put up play spaces, improve the infrastructure, the health facilities, being monitored by the public health sector, the health department coming into play, and also ensuring that we had, that is next slide, we were assured of skilled parents and caregivers. We had a case of one teen mother who had never attended any health facility consultation in terms of ANC and immunization, and she, by the time of engagement, she had a young child who was not able to walk at 2 years. But through engagements, we were able to ensure that by the 3rd year, the child was able to walk, because at some point she thought the child was becoming disabled. But through engagements and so much information that was passed, the mother was able to take care of this particular child. Some of the lessons learned that we are looking at is when we have the political buy-in. As you know, Sia County, we have the leadership coming into play. And when that comes in, then we are assured of some processes being influenced and then making it more participatory and also representative. Number 2 is having champions. We identified champions in the various spaces. And when we work with champions at all levels of society, we are assured of behavior change amongst the caregivers. And that's why I'm also very keen in community participation. How do we ensure that they also get the knowledge to champion some of these issues? Then capacity building is very key to ensure that they have the right information that they could use at the household level and even share across with their neighbors. Integration of ASRH, because the other needs beyond the child being taken care of. Issues of family planning, child spacing comes in very handy. As we talk about child simulation and care, nurturing care, then how is a mother able to space up these children? Issues of family planning really coming in handy. So if we integrate that, we're able to achieve more. Multi-sector coordination, we've talked about it severally. It's very key as a lesson learned. And integration of nurturing care in the clinical consultations brought in the establishment of the Playbox Sessions. So that one was able to enhance caregiver-child interactions, the mother really getting time to engage with the child. Our recommendation, based on those lessons learned in implementation of this initiative, we want to document this particular approach and even scale it up to other regions. Number 2 is having targeted national advocacy efforts that we could reach out to the government leaders to prioritize the ECD in policy development, implementation, and even dissemination, and also work on targeted and focused resource allocation for nurturing care. And that one means we have to all have to work together across sectors to ensure that this works out. Working with regional economic blocks, right now we are working with LREP, is also critical in building effective collaborations to monitor joint advocacy actions and resource mobilization efforts within the member counties. And then the last is adopting strategic partnership to leverage resources and organizations' capacity. When we work together, not in silos, as partners, we're able to achieve more and maximize resources that we already have from the various funding. I want to appreciate some key partners that we worked with. That is our funder, Hilton Foundation, As the county government of Siaya, Smarter Siaya, I've just seen our patron coming in, who are very keen in terms of supporting this intervention. Then we have Path, who has supported us through this journey. We wouldn't have been where we are were it not for their support, and also the Minister of Health, having worked with the health facilities. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Bella, for starting us off on a very good note. I like the fact that the program is kind of using the convergence approach of bringing all the sectors together at the grassroots. So I've heard you talk about agriculture, health, education, all the community health workers being involved in all these sectors. That is something. But I also like the recommendation of advocacy for county directors for the county government. I'm talking about directors because they're here. And it's good to also hear from them, in terms of this policy ECD dialogue in the counties, what are they doing? So to start us off with the county discussions, we are going to have Mr. Hassan Abdi, the county director for ECDE Wajir County. So take the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. This is Wajir County presentation, and my name is, you can see here, Sabdisa, directly to Wajir County. Next slide. So collaboration with partners. So we have a very good collaboration with partners whom we work with them very closely. And they are very crucial since we normally have a platform where we normally come together and share ideas. So Wajir County multi-sector platform for nutrition mandated to coordinate issues of nutrition at the county level. So members are drawn from relevant county departments, that is health, nutrition, education, that's the national education, water, environment, agriculture, gender, social tax, trade, etc. So education sector technical working group, that is, we have that group. So members of the education sector technical working group include the national and the county department of education. So NDFA is also there, giving us a lot of support. And then we have other partners in education, like a very good partner that we have that we normally work together closely is WFP, which is also giving us a lot of support in terms of now developing or formulating ECD policies and ECD policy meals. Then we have World Vision, is also our partner. So World Vision normally only works in Wajir South sub-county, because Wajir we have 8 sub-counties. So this World Vision is only working in Wajir South, and it's mainly dealing with enrollment drives. So they normally help us to bring on board those out of school children back to school, and even those young ones who are school age going. Then we also work closely with now the Interior, that is the Ministry of Interior. They normally ensure that those children who are school age going they make sure that they mobilize. So the county DCC coordinates those other sub-county administrators so that the children are taken to school, those age going children. So we also work with the health department. So there's provisions of vitamin supplements and provisions of the women. So that's how they normally, and there are other partners. Next slide. Yeah, on financing for the ECD for the last 3 years. So just brief and just give it the figures for the last 3 years. So to start with the recurrent allocation salaries, During the financial year 2019-2020, that is the amount of money that was allocated, 267,934,255. Then the year 2020-2021, 277,831,168. And then finally 2021-2022 is 301,584,018. So I just broke down a bit on the ECD program, and the financial year 2019-2020, we have 27 million. So this is also inclusive of maybe the transport logistics for transporting this food from the main warehouse to the sub-counties and to the ECD centers. Then 2020-2021, we have 32 million. And this financial year, we had 31,050,000. Developmental allocation on the type of development. I just took infrastructure. So that is the financial 2019-2020, we had 102,800,000. 2020-2021, we had 156,041,468. And then this financial year, we are having 107,750,000 allocated for development. Now, some of the key achievements for the last 3 years. Number of ECD classrooms constructed was 75. So we have what we call the ward-based projects, and every ward normally has its own, the way they normally prioritize their projects. So we had 75 classrooms which are created for the last 3 years. The number of ECD classrooms renovated were 35. Number of two-door toilets constructed were 34. And then we have a number of ECD teachers, sub-county officers, and BOM trained on meals management and warehousing. We have 800. That is, we have 296 ECD centers. And then we have 1 teacher and 2 BOMs from every ECD centers. So a total of 800 people who have been trained. Then we developed also the ECD policy, which is now ready, and anytime it is going to be printed and it's going to be launched. And we also have the school meals and nutrition program guidelines, which were developed with the help of WFP. Then challenges facing the county in implementation of the ECD programs. One is inadequate funding for ECD programs. There's lack of capitation. So we don't have capitation, so the ECD programs are not adequately funded. So we are not able to achieve some of the planned projects. We are not able to achieve because of underfunding. Then we also have a consistent ECD feed program. This is as a result of long procurement period. The procurement takes long, and also interference for political groups. So if it comes to now issues of tenders now, so it is becoming very crucial, and it becomes political, and the process normally takes long. So the political class maybe want a particular company to be issued with that, but once that one fails, then the whole thing is cancelled, and then it is again re-advertised. So that's the process that we have. Then we have poor remuneration of ECD teachers, but this time, Ojia County, we are now employing them on PNP. So just last week, we were interviewing them. We had an internal advert, and as from next term, when the school open, we hope now that they will be employed on permanent and pensionable terms, and they will be employed on the new scheme of services for the ECD and in line with SRC guidelines. Then we also have inadequate ECD infrastructure, classrooms, toilet, water storage facilities, because our area, we are prone to a lot of drought, and in most of those ECD centers, we are lacking water. Because most of the areas, they depend on those shallow ponds, and if the rains fail, it is going to be very terrible. There will be no water. So currently, there is a lot of water shortages in Wajir County, especially even the whole of northern part. There is a lot of water shortages. So we need to put more funds into the ECD so that we maybe also have water storage facilities, so that during the rain season we can harvest enough water that will take us maybe through the town. Then inadequate training on CBC. So I'm sorry to state that our ECD teachers are not trained on CBC, basically because of lack of funding. So there's no money for training, and then that's how they are still now behind, and they are not trained on the CBC, which is now the current curriculum. Then there is a lot of insecurity in our area. So this has posed a lot of challenge, because you remember 2020 when there was an attack on teachers in Wajir. That led to mass exodus of teachers from Wajir, from even the whole of the 3 counties, Wajir, Garissa, and Mandera. So this has led to a lot of shortages, because as the county, our mandate is to staff the ECD centers. But what will happen now if the primary section where our ECD centers are situated has no teachers? What will happen? So we have to sacrifice. We have to make our ECD teachers also go and assist or give hand in teaching the upper primary. So this has brought now to, it has even affected us, because the foundation that we are going to lay has been weakened as a result of now these teachers are being used in primary section. So weak coordination between ECD service providers. So we have that, we don't have that good relationship. That coordination, that synergies is somehow very weak. So lack of monitoring and supervision of the curriculum because of transport logistics. So we have, the Wajir County is very wide, and we need to go and visit those ECD centers to see whether there is adequate, there is that quality services which are going to take place, but we were not able to do it because we are lacking transport logistics. Then priority area for 2022-2023 is construction of more classes. We need more classes because still some of our ECD centers are still under trees or under some shelters. Then construction of more latrines, which is very important because we cannot operate an ECD center without having those split latrines. Then construct or install more water tanks to address the issue of water shortages. Then construction of more kitchens and stores, although we have some few which are constructed in the main sub-county centers, but in those rural schools we don't have. Then we also need to conduct also in-service training for ECD teachers on CBC and enhance partnership with stakeholders in the ECD sector. Then that one, I think that's the last slide. No. Thanks.
Thank you so much for keeping time. Just to remind us that we'll open the floor for discussion later after we're done with all the presentations. So kindly just note down your questions and then you can ask them as soon as you're done. So I want to welcome our second presenter from the county, Mr. Isaac Hassan Bonaya, who is the County Director for ECDE Marsabit County. Karibu sana.
Okay, asante. Marsabit is the largest county in the country, and Marsabit is also the cradle of mankind. Although sometimes Turkana County is trying to rival us, the Kubifora and all those that we learned in history are in Marsabit, and we are the largest county. Next slide. In terms of partnership, we have the Marsabit County Multi-Sectoral Platform for Nutrition, MSPN, and this is where nutrition matters are coordinated in the county. We also have the Education Sector Technical Working Group, where education issues are discussed. It's a platform where education issues are discussed. We have the County Steering Group. This is the entry point for partners in the county. So any partner who would like to operate within the county they seek their entry to the county from the county steering group. Then we have the governor's result delivery unit in the office of the governor, which ensures that the projects and programs of the ECD are implemented as planned. We have a very powerful non-governmental organization called USAID Nawiri. They have really supported us.
And it's just three things that we are looking for. SAR is opportunity for early learning for those younger kids. And then the other thing is childcare, where if we offer childcare, we offer women opportunity to actively participate in labor, to actively participate in the economy, sorry. And lastly is employment and enterprise of running childcare centers. Okay, that's just an example of what we did. That's Mama Kisumu when we launched our first center in Ahero, and then that's the director. She's called Pascalia for VTC. Yeah, that was.
Thank you much.
June 2021.
Thank you. It's my pleasure now to introduce Mr. Michael Adar. He is the Kisumu County Director for ECD. Mr. Adar has a diploma in early childhood as well as a master's in education and administration. Kisumu has two very interesting aspects. Mr. Adar is our Director ECD Kisumu County. One is that it domesticated the national ECD policy in that county in 2019, and now they are actually working on the integration of early childhood development with the nurturing care framework, which really speaks to issues around policy formulation, policy implementation in the context of Kisumu. Asante sana, Mr. Adar.
Thank you, sir. Let me start by giving you the overview of Kisumu. Kisumu has 7 sub-counties and 684 ECD centers with an enrollment of 51,408 learners, and against that we have 727 teachers. I've tried to summarize almost the presentation because of time. One, the Kisumu County was to cover how do we implement nurturing care. And the nurturing care framework has 5 components. 2, what is the budget allocation in ECD? 3, what are the achievements of Kisumu County? 4, what are the challenges Kisumu County is experiencing? And 5, what are the priority areas in next year? So let us look at the nurturing care first. That is 1, good health and nutrition. Under good health and nutrition, I'm going to summarize. Kisumu County makes sure that the learners have what we call the feeding program. Kisumu County students, most of them come to school because they are sure they are going to get something to eat. Then Kisumu County also, through the teachers, make sure that the teachers observe the health records in schools. That is, in liaison with the Department of Health, there will be checkup on growth and development, and the teachers do the necessary requirements if it is a referral for cases of sickness and any other health-related issue. 3, Kisumu County stresses on one member of BOM being a nutritionalist who advises the BOM members on nutritional needs of the young ones. Kisumu County also stresses on the provision of clean water to schools. And when I'll look at when we shall reach the achievements, you'll get how many source of clean water are we given out. Then Kisumu County presently is doing what we call kitchen gardening in ECD schools. And in urban schools, we are piloting what we call corn gardening, spearheaded by First Lady. Also, Kisumu County has formed what we call multi-sectoral nutrition committee to look into the nutrition issues of schools, being one of the target areas, and home is another target area. Let us look at opportunity for learning. Kisumu County first has domesticated the legal documents like National ECD Policy of 2017 and the guideline of 2018, and it was done in 2019. Presently, Kisumu County is developing a bill including the child care facility, which is a miss or a gap in the National ECD Act. So the bill of Kisumu County has the ECD component and also the child care component. Also, Kisumu County adheres to those legal documents by making sure that there is free and compulsory ECD education. Now, Kisumu County has built standalone. Majority of ECD centers are in primary schools, but they have built standalone 53 ECD centers, depending on demand, for looking at factors like distance, factor like some natural calamities, and others. Also, there is elements of advocacy and sensitization on parents, regularly on parents, BOM and PA in the regular meetings in schools through the staff, that is the ECD teachers, and also the ECD officers. Kisumu County has also provided learning materials, be it exercise books, be it the textbooks, pencils, rubbers, and all that the children require yearly. And they also have regular supervisions to make sure that curriculum is implemented and also the standards are looked into. There is also the Kisumu County observes management structure, where there is the director education of the county, then there is sub-county coordinators, ECD, then there is ward ECD coordinator up to the center manager, so that that flow, that effective management of ECD is being realized through that. The BOMs are made active through sensitization regularly, and again, Kisumu County has provided indoor and outdoor equipment at the tune of 7 million per year. Then Kisumu County has an advantage of hiring ECD teachers who are registered by TSE. By that you mean they are all trained. Safety and protection. We construct child-friendly structure, that is toilets and classrooms, and also putting in consideration children with disability. Then we adhere to the policy guidelines as is required in Kisumu County. Then we have formed ECCED, that is the County Early Childhood Education Committee, whose role is to make sure that quality education is offered to ECD. Then again, we liaise with the EAC, Educational Assessment Resource Center, to train or capacity build the teachers on how to identify special needs, early identification of special needs on children in ECD. When it comes to responsive caregiving, Kisumu County has a strong sensitization of parents on parenting skills and positive discipline, provision of safe play materials, and also sensitization of caregivers on responsive caregiving with the help of our partners like Kidogo. On budget, yearly Kisumu County have budget for feeding program of 17 million and writing material, that is learning material 25 million yearly. Then infrastructure development around 130 million. Then we have the elements of sensitization of parents and BOMs, roughly 600,000 per year. What are the achievements of Kisumu County? Kisumu County has built 1,160 classrooms and also 476 latrines. It has employed 674 trained and registered teachers, as I said. Then achievement also, they are providing learning materials and also indoor and outdoor play equipments in the 684 centers. Kisumu County, as I said, has sustainable, we call it, has a feeding program which, with the help of parents, they try to make it sustainable. We provide rice and the other items and the parents supplement. Then Kisumu County has customized legal documents. Kisumu County has initiated child care facilities in densely populated places through the help of Kidogo and also the VTC, as Kidogo has said. Then Kisumu County has done capacity building for all teachers in CBC. Yes. 2 minutes. Then let's look at, when it comes to challenges, challenges are all through there, as it has been said, and major challenge is low allocation for money. Priority areas, next year we are planning to strengthen multi-sectorial nutrition committee and provide all outdoor and indoor equipment and beef up the classrooms and also furniture, that is tables and chairs. Thank you.
Oh wow, let's thank. Thank you very much, Mr. Adar. We now have 15 minutes for general discussion. I would like you to please critically think through what we've heard. Please make sure that you are to the point so we can get as many people in as possible. What I will suggest as a process is we take 3 questions and or quick comments and then ask our panelists to respond. We did have another panelist and a presenter online, but I think they've been unable to join us. Is that correct, Michael?
Yes.
Okay, so please, the floor is open to any comments, critique, questions, points of feedback. If you need some thinking time, then I'll use my space to talk. So there is, oh good, okay, please.
They fully participate in the development of ECDs. Then the Ministry of Interior and Sub-County Administration, the National Government, Ministry of Interior and the County Administration, including the Sub-County Administrators, the Ward Administrators, we are yet to go to the ward level. These ones ensure that every school-going age child is brought to school. We are pastoralists and we consider children as labor. The moment they reach age 4-5, they begin by looking after small shops, the goats and the like in the neighborhood of the houses. So the administration ensures that these people, the children are in school, but not looking after the animals. The County Assembly Committee for Education, these appropriate funds for the ECD programs. Then the Department of Registration of Births and Deaths, our people do not recognize the significance of these births and death certificates. So they issue births to children. We even through the partners, like 1 month ago with UNICEF, we actually went with the officers from the department all the way to Ilaret, which is some 500 kilometers away from Marsabit on the Ethiopian border. That we through UNICEF, we were able to issue them with the birth certificates. Next slide. As far as financing is concerned, I've just looked at some few areas: salaries, the feeding programs for the financial years 2019, 2020, 2020, 2021, 2021, 2022. Also the salaries are as that. The feeding program we started with 2019-2020 was 31 million, but you can see the trend is slightly on the decline. Although 2020, 2021, and 2022, the amounts are just the same. We looked at infrastructure development and supplies of teaching furniture and teaching learning materials. When we talk of ECD infrastructure development, we are talking of classrooms, we are talking of toilets, we are talking of water storage facilities. Marsabit is a seriously water scarce county. So these are our developments. The CBC design, PP1, PP2, the inset training for ECD teachers. This is for professional development of the teachers. The CCBC training, you can see the 2 million for the 3 years. But unfortunately, there is allocation is one thing, and the utilization is another. So one challenge that we have, although I will mention later, is that the allocation is there, but the absorption is a challenge. Next slide. As far as the key achievements of the sector is concerned, these are our achievements, and this information is from our CIDP review, midterm review. That is our position. The classrooms, we are a mobile, we have a number of mobile ECD centers. People move with the animals, they also move with their schools. That is why we are having issues of uni-huts being assembled. So we move with the children, with the people as they move from one place to another in search of pasture. So we have the fencing, the feeding program. We feed the children on CSB+, that is corn soya blend, which is fortified, and another per year around 365,000 children benefit from that program. We have supplied all our ECD centers, 332 as at 2018-2019 with the furniture, age-appropriate furniture, teaching learning materials as at that particular time. Next slide. I can see time is not on our challenges. Inadequate staffing, and who are also ill-qualified because of political reasons, not because the qualified teachers are not there. We have teachers who even don't have CPE certificate. How they were recruited by the board is what we do not know. The politics is behind it. So ill-qualified, so our teacher-pupil ratio stands at 158 instead of the recommended 1:25. Inadequate funding of ECD programs, capitation is not there. The feeding programs, although we are saying the allocation is there, even the current financial year, we have not utilized a cent from it. So utilization, as I've mentioned, is a problem. So our children have not fed at least for 1 year now. Grossly inadequate infrastructure. We have a situation where a classroom is shared between PP1 and PP2. So there is a corridor between, in the middle of the class. One side is PP1, the other side is PP2, because the infrastructure, the classrooms are not enough. No CBC training. We have only managed to train the ECD officers, that is the ward coordinators and the like, who are actually to be the TOTs. But we are not able to train our ECD teachers. But in the budget, you have seen there is some allocation for all the 3 years. The fear of COVID-19, drought, desert locust invasion are some of the challenges that we have. The nomadic lifestyle, moralism, beading, leading to dropout from schools. The FGM is part of that. Weak coordination between the ECD service providers. Next slide. Priority areas, recruit more qualified teachers to reduce the teacher-pupil ratio. Confirm the position, to the position of appointment, the serving ECD teachers, particularly those who have the qualification, the certificate and the diploma and the degree holders, and be recruited, remunerated according to SRC guidelines. What we are doing now is a graduate, for example, instead of entering service at job group K, according to SRC guidelines, is entering service at job group F. Very serious. Then construction of more classrooms to ease congestion. As I've mentioned, the one classroom is split into two for PP1 and PP2. Install more water tanks and accessories to meet the high water demands. Our main source of water is roof harvesting. We don't have rivers, we don't have lakes, we don't have main water supply except in few areas. Slide. The training of the CBC, then enhancing partnership with the stakeholders, conduct SNE assessment for appropriate placement, then provide assistive devices to learners with special needs. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for keeping time also, and the very grave issues you're raising there. And I like the way you're so bold to outline some of these issues which some of us may not really have the courage to say. And I had, like when he was talking about the untrained teachers, people were like surprised. But these are things which are happening across counties. Yes. The only difference is that he's bold enough to kind of spell them out, and some of us may not be that bold. I like the fact that your partnerships clearly portray the multi-sectoral nature of early childhood. I heard you talk about the registration of births, the social safety nets and so forth. And you know, I'm glad that now ECD is no longer just about education. Everyone now is realizing that early childhood is, you know, it's more than just education. It's more than just nursery. It's health, it's social protection, it's agriculture, and so forth and so on. Thank you so much. So I would like to welcome our third presenter, Hakika Hana Shaka, Mr. Bila Shaka from Kwale County, to take us through what you're doing in Kwale. Karibu sana.
Okay, thank you very much. As you said, my name is Bila Shaka Abdallah. I'm from Kwale County. Kwale County is one of the 6 counties in the coast region of the Republic of Kenya, and geographically is located at a place or at an area that it is bordering the Indian Ocean to the east, and also to the south we've got the Republic of Tanzania bordering us, particularly the Tanga region. In Kwale County, area number 1 on multi-sectoral approach to ECDE. Next slide, please. The multi-sectoral approach to ECDE, we have some interventions that we've actually been able to achieve or to put in place through cooperation or assistance from all the stakeholders that are actually in place. And the first area is an intervention on health and nutrition of children, which is done in conjunction by the Department of Education, in conjunction with the Department of Health, State Department of Health, and also the County Department of Health. Then we've also an elaborate feeding program to ensure that nutrition issues are mitigated in the county, and this is done by the county government and also in conjunction with the Department of Health and Nutrition in the county to ensure that what they get or what our children get is as per the nutritional requirements of the children. Then there is also community sensitization and mobilization of parents or the mothers on the breastfeeding, so as to ensure that also the health, the area of health is taken care of. Then there is also to ensure that there is also learning, early learning opportunities for children, even those that are under the age of 4. We've got advocacy and cooperation with the madrasas in the locality and also churches in the locality, so that these children are introduced to learning in their early years. Then also, as a county, we've been able to construct early childhood education centers that are child-friendly schools, so as to ensure that the children who get into these particular centers are getting what we call holistic development. We achieve that particular aspect as a county. And we are doing that in conjunction with the Department of Infrastructure in the county government and also other stakeholders like NEMA and the like. Then we also have, we've employed ECD teachers in the county, and we've been able to put them in place in conjunction with the commissions such as the Salaries Commission and also the county government through the Public Service Board, so that they are employed. And right now we've ECD teachers who are trained and are employed by the county government permanent and pensionable terms. Then financial allocation for the county, or in the 3 consecutive years, beginning in the year 2019, financial year 2019 and 2020. We've got thematic areas, or we've got areas that we are actually looking at as a county. And the first area is the salaries. And in the year 2019, we had hoping for 56 billion, 512 million, and 518 million. This is the staff that is supporting ECD in the Department of Education, right from the teachers, the officers that are employed, and also the senior officers that are taking care of education. Then we've got art and play equipment. We've mentioned about child-friendly
people for SME, and KICD has a course for learner support assistance, right from parents to teachers to teacher aides. And everyone is open to acquire skills in special needs education and disability mainstreaming. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Back there was a question behind you. There was a hand. Yeah.
I think I need to sanitize.
Okay. Sanitize or get another. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Yes, my name is Evans Unve from Minister of Health. Maybe to echo what she has said, we have been having a gap between children 0 years to 3 years before they transit to school. But as Minister of Health, we identified that, and we are doing a policy, ECD development, early child development. And we are at the stage of, we are about for validation. Next week, 15th, it is being handed over to the DG, Minister of Health, and other higher-ranking stakeholders, so that now we can call up for a meeting of validation. So that gap of early learning is being addressed. After the actualization of the policy, we shall go to the implementation framework. And I believe all those aspects will be addressed, the responsive caregiving, according to, as per the nurturing care framework. So I think every time we think of ECD, we should think it from 0 to 8 years, such that now we don't have that gap. That gap has been like, when we have been hearing of ECD, we have been thinking of education for 3 years. So that was my comment.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation to support the validation as well.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Morogo Shadrack, Director of Education, County Government of Wasilisho. The same questions, the way they have just mentioned, it is just about the policy. Where they have just mentioned, we have a policy, and the policy does not cover from the 0 years to 3 years. It starts from 4 years to 6 years and above. So it is very important for us to have that policy that covers the other learners. And then also, on the other part, where we have just mentioned about the parents, the parents in the vocational areas. We have the other parents, the single parents or the parents, those who are doing business. And they normally go to some of the daycares. They leave the young people there and go to business after the late hours. And the way we have been given the information, those learners in those daycares, the school or the structures are not conducive for learners. They are not conducive for children. That is why if you go to those areas, they are being given some drugs so that they can sleep, the way you have just mentioned. So we have that category of the learners, those who have been given drugs, they go to those areas, and somebody, the learner, they can sleep for almost 5 hours or 6 hours in those. So we must have the policy, do the policy, so that we can have that kind of the continuation of the process of learning. Thank you.
Okay, I'm afraid our time is up. In reverse order, I'm going to ask our panelists for half a minute each to present whatever they want to present as responses to what they've heard. Mr. Adda.
Thank you, sir. Okay, now the whole issue talks about policy on the age of 0 to 3. my advice is that as Kisumu County, we saw that gap in national policy, and that is why we domesticated the policy, the national policy and guidelines to Kisumu, because the Constitution gives the county government the mandate to run the ECDE, that is the education part of it, and also child care centers. So if you look at that and you find it is a gap in the national policy, it is upon the county governments to domesticate the national policy to suit the mandate of each county as per that. That is what we are doing in Kisumu.
Yeah, I think on our side, just as an organization on the supply side that is working with these women, as it has been mentioned from the director from Wasingishu, we as the organization who are working closely to improve the quality of care of these women who are working in these informal settlements. So one thing as something that we've been having as a challenge in early childcare, and I think even from Aga Khan as well, from all the stakeholders that are working in this sector, is these laws will come, these policies will come, but it will come at a very, very, very big cost. One is as much as we would be developing this policy, are we putting, because I'm looking at the conversation we've been having, just as the people who are at the forefront, we have our mama preneurs, the mothers who are handling those children in those child care centers. We have them from Kidogo, like 3, if you can raise your hand. Those are the representative, those are the people at the forefront working with those children, serving those parents who are leaving their children in those centers. So does this policy, will it come as punitive, or will this policy come as an enabling environment? So at the end of the day, we know they don't, if you go to the ground, they wouldn't meet those qualifications that we make up here. So what happens? So that's my food for thought for everyone as we think about policy every time. The conversation where we've been going is policy, policy, policy. But do we bring people who are at the forefront in this conversation?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Kibande?
Thank you once again. I think our closing remarks really speak towards power. There's power in co-creation, there's power in collaboration, and there's power in bringing joint evidence together. I guess the one challenge I would want to leave us all with, we are working on instructional leadership. If you have evidence, you have knowledge, we are open to collaboration. We're part of a learning initiative called the Regional Education Learning Initiative, REBI, which I'm the country lead, and those 3 pillars really are the driving force that we are advocating for. So the more voices we have, the more organized we are, the higher the chances we'll have an audience, and even when we feel the policy is punitive, you'll be able to provide realistic evidence why we need to start off from where we are. We don't need to have an unrealistic recommendation if our context is far from getting there. And at the end of the day, the most critical thing are our children. They have no voice. We are their voices. So let's put our best foot forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to indulge you for 2 minutes on reflecting. And if I'm capturing what has been said correctly, then we can go to the plenary. If not, then please make your contributions to Wendy. So these are just reflections on what we've heard. From Dignitas, I think we heard very clearly that the evidential base must be important. But that evidential base must be open-ended. So as much as we want to be local and contextually relevant, there's also international best practices, and we can learn from both. So let's use whatever evidence is at our disposal. I think that was a very, very strong point. The next point again from Dignitas that I've caught is that whilst we can do as much as we like on policy formulation, And as we heard from our colleague from the Ministry of Education very, very strongly, and from Aga Khan Foundation, that policy formulation has implications and ramifications for other things. And again, Mr. Kibandi's just talked to us about the power of co-creation. So whether that's special needs, whether that's teachers and the centrality of teachers, it's the agency. So let us make sure that we build on each other's experiences rather than leaving people out. Because we cannot separate children into education sector, into health sector, into water and sanitation sector, into safety and security sector. From Kidogo, again, I took a couple of points. One is that, look, evidence is fine and good, but it doesn't necessarily speak to the problem that we have at hand. So that means let's take a problem-based approach to what the needs are, and they focused very much in Martin's talk on young mothers who necessarily must be working. We now know that we can have creches for young mothers where they work. Yes, or we can have them on the roadside. If, you know, Kenya has got a monumental project of getting roads done, and there are many women out there. What's happening to their children? Why can't we have creches by the roadside? Yeah? So the problem-based approach, which needs to be necessarily people-centric, so that we make sure that the people that are most affected is not necessarily the child who's the recipient, it's actually the young mother who is necessarily disadvantaged. I thought that was a very, very strong point, and talked about the intergenerational aspects. I also took the point that policy, if you like, is the remit of government, if you wish. But whose remit is policy provision? Where are the public-private partnerships? Where are the relationships? Where are the special needs, KICD, etc.? All the resources that are out there. We make sure that we bring the provision to the implementation framework. That is very, very critical. And the final point I took from Kidogo again is that there is talent. We have the 3 frontline workers here. Karibu sana, you're welcome. But besides the talent, there are also resources. Whether those are material or in-kind resources, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We don't need to lament all the time that it is lack of money out there. Because it is a question about our organization, it is about our prioritization, and it is about our movement forward. From Mr. Adar, I took a number of points. I thought it was an excellent catalytic talk for us in terms of what Kisumu is doing. I really quite like the understanding from a legal perspective that we go from the Constitution, we build policies, from policies we have acts and bills, and those bills and acts need to be continuously developed. I thought that was a very good insight in terms of the system with which law works. And I think that is very important and instructive to our theme today. I'll say a thing on that in a second. I thought it was a very powerful, respectful response to international efforts in which Kenya has been at the forefront in terms of the nurturing care framework. Those 5 aspects, the way they've been operationalized, the way there are clear actions that come out of it, I thought that was a very good example. And I hope we can write that example up and really share that with other communities. So school feeding, and despite the nutrition value of maize that somebody's brought up, the understanding of creating necessary human resource expertise, such as nutritionists. But I thought the point that Mr. Adar made, which I think is critical for us, is that we can't leave everything to the county in a devolved state. We have agency. They are accountable to us. But at the same time, we need to demand both transparency and entitlement. So it's a dialogue. It doesn't necessarily have to be a confrontation. It doesn't have to be advocacy from civil society for government to resist. I think Mr. Adar is telling us we all have power, we all have agency, we all have accountability, we all have transparency. So how do we work with the citizenry to move that forward? And I think he gave us a clue. He said, counties will necessarily domesticate the legislation. So let us advocate, let us be active citizens, let us work on the ground in our counties. And I think he told us a little bit of a warning. He said, from a county perspective and from a government perspective more generally, they're interested in standardization, they're interested in equality. They can't compromise that. But if we then bring the evidence that there is a disparity of who is getting services and who is not, then I think we can then go back and dialogue with the government. So I thought that was excellent. I want to thank, I'm going to ask the participants, our presenters, to thank the audience. I mean, I think you've really listened so attentively and you brought brilliant questions. So let's thank them for, and you, if you felt they gave you a little bit of food for thought, let's thank them as well. So with that, I want to leave you with the last thought. This conference is very much about policy and policy implementation. This sub-theme, this plenary, was on organizations implementation. How are we going to inform further policy development? Yes, that's fine and good, but actually let's move it to where we collaborate to move to services, to provision, to the implementation of policies. And with that, Asante Sana, I think we go to lunch and we reconvene at 2 o'clock in the main hall.